reforms. And we'll start our day with opening remarks by the Executive Director of the Uganda National NGO Forum. We'll also have the official opening, which will be delivered by the Honorable Minister for Constitutional Affairs, for Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Apologies for that. Honorable Norbert Mao, who is on his way, and he promised to be here by 9. We'll also have a keynote address, which will be delivered by Mr. Babu, the Director of Operations, representing the Director of Operations at the Electoral Commission, representing the Chairperson of the Electoral Commission. We'll also have civil society perspectives on this topic on constitutional and political reforms, and that will be delivered by Mr. Godbert Tumshabe. We'll have a very vibrant panel conversation, and on our panel, if you check on the program that we have given you, we have Dr. Businge Kabumba from Makerere University, and is also the Executive Director of URIPEC. We have the Chairperson of the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, Honorable Robina Rakojo, who will be also sharing perspective on the necessary reforms. We'll also have Mr. Kamadi Bionabye, who is a Director at the Human Rights Commission. He will be representing Commissioner Crispin Kahero. We'll also have Honorable Alice Alaso. Alice Alaso is from the Alliance for National Transformation, but is also one of former members of Parliament and a recent candidate in a by-election that happened in Selere. We'll finally have Ms. Shamim Nambasa, a former guild president of Makerere University. So that will be our panel conversation, and then we'll have a plenary conversation, which will be where each one of us will participate, and our colleagues who are joining us online will also participate. So at this particular point, I would like us to just do, I don't know, a summary introduction so that we don't waste a lot of time with everyone speaking. So what we'll do, we'll just mention a category of participants, and we'll request you to stand or rise, and the rest of the audience will clap for you to welcome you to this particular dialogue. I hope that's an easy way to introduce everyone. Is that good? Good. So I'll start with, do we have any members of Parliament in the room? And I know we do, so our legislators, our representatives, where you, if you could either raise your hand if you're still eating, or just rise up so we can recognize you. Excellent. A big round of applause for the current legislator who has joined us. We expect a bit more members of Parliament to join us. Do we have leaders of political parties? Leaders of political parties. Joe from Nagongera. We have Honorable Alice Alaso, as introduced earlier. But Mr. Emmanuel Dombo, please, raise so we clap for you, please. the ruling NRM. So very good, very good. Thanks a lot for joining us. Do we have representatives of government institutions other than, okay, goodbye. Representatives of government institutions. If you work in State House, you work at the Electoral Commission, you work with CMI, you work with ISO, police. Please rise if you work with any government institution, MDA. Please rise or raise your hand so we can welcome you properly. Yes, yes, good, good. Yes, I just have to say we have all those categories that have been mentioned are represented today. State House, CMI, ISO, ministries, departments, and agencies of government. Do we have our colleagues in the media? Our colleagues in the media. If you work for any media house, I see Raymond Mujuni, who is hosting this conversation today. Any other? Even if you are a social media influencer, you are in the media. So please raise. Uncle Mo. So let's all clap for Uncle Mo. Now, those of you who follow social media, you know that Uncle Mo is one of the most influential influencers that we have in the country. So we'd like to request you to give him another big round of applause for joining this conversation. And as a very civically competent Ugandan, he said he loves conversations about this, and he loves creating content that is informative. So we're really glad to have him today. Do we have representatives of the hosts, civil society organizations? If you work for a civil society organization, you head a civil society organization, please, I see John Seguja all the way from Ruwero. I see Mr. Benson Ikwe all the way from Soroti. Isabella from the Imara Center, and Perry Altua. So I will not mention all your names. Bob Chirenga at the high table in front. So good to see you all. Thank you so much for coming. In the private sector, do we have any private sector representatives? I know that the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda is well represented, and we have a very, Job Kija, good to see you. We know we have an astute businesswoman, Elon Natumanya, so thanks a lot for coming. So is there any category I have forgotten? If I haven't mentioned your category, okay. Traditional leaders. If you're a traditional leader and you're here, okay, we don't have any yet. Good. So we have religious leaders in the room. I saw Father Bonabinji, yes, right at the back. Oh, you left the front table, so I was looking for you from here. Oh, excellent. So from the UJCC, we know the Interreligious Council of Uganda is also going to be represented. I also would like now to acknowledge and recognize the chairperson of the Uganda National NGO Forum, Ms. Margaret Sekaja, who has just walked in the room. Most of you know Margaret. She has an elaborate public profile, so thank you so much for coming. And for our colleagues that are joining us online, I would like to request the people who are controlling to just show us to see who is online so that we can easily recognize them as well. Excellent. So I see quite a number of people who are joining us online. We recognize you. We can see your names. So may I invite those who are in the room to please clap for them and thank them for joining us. All right. So once again, I would like to welcome everyone to this particular conversation. And as indicated, we plan to start at 8:30. The Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs is supposed to be joining us, so he is on his way. But would like to respect time. So what we'll do is that we will open this conversation with the opening remarks from the Uganda National NGO Forum. And then after which we shall go into the keynote address. Once the minister comes, we shall look for an appropriate time on the program when the minister will actually officially open the dialogue. So we felt that is the best way to proceed, especially if we have people who are joining us online and we have those that are already in the room. So at this point, I would like to welcome the Executive Director of the Uganda National NGO Forum to give the official opening remarks. Would you please give him a round of applause as he comes?
Thank you, Chris. The Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs in absentia, the senior government officials here present, the representative from the Electoral Commission, the honorable members of Parliament, the leaders of political parties, the civil society leaders here present, the board members of the Uganda National NGO Forum and the board chair, Margaret Sekaja, the media, and ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this high-level national stakeholders dialogue on constitutional reforms. I would like, first of all, to thank you for honoring our invitation. Your presence here today is a testament to the value that you attach to the partnership that we do have, and of course to the passion that you hold in terms of improving the governance processes in this country. We appreciate all the key stakeholders and institutions that have collaborated with us on this journey. More specifically, I would like to thank the Electoral Commission and its leadership. We value our partnership and pledge our unequivocal commitment to continually work together to improve our electoral processes in this country. As most of you already know, while Uganda has registered very successful milestones, as a country, we still grapple with political, legal, and institutional challenges. that in a way scar this journey and leave us fragile to reversals. For example, despite the multiplicity and the regularity of our elections, the outcomes remain and often contested. But the Supreme Court, international observers, local observers, all have always indicated that the elections have been, in one way or another, littered with irregularities. Several reform proposals have been proposed by civil society, political parties, election observers, and the Supreme Court that would fundamentally improve the framework for elections and election management. Regrettably, these proposals have not been fully adopted by Parliament. At best, they have been treated as a piecemeal reforms during the previous election cycle and a last-minute, inconclusive, and very unsystematic discussions. It is for this reason that as civil society in this country, we have initiated a stakeholder consultative processes to inform government and parliamentary discussions early enough in our election cycle. And this builds on our work that we started way back in 2014. Our desire is that we will be focusing in terms of correcting citizen voices on the nature and substance of proposals that the responsible institutions can consider. We are hopeful that we'll be able to collaborate with government agencies such as the Parliament of Uganda, the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Electoral Commission in this quest. This dialogue, therefore, offers us an opportunity to discuss some of the ideas that have been and continue to be in the public domain concerning the necessary reforms. The issues that have been raised, or the issue that will be raised during this dialogue, will be a scaffolding, will be a foundation for further joint research and validation through the citizen consultative engagements. These, together with the proposals generated from the different parts of the country, will then be synthesized to provide a broad basis for the proposed constitutional reform proposals. We are entirely persuaded that this process will help to address some of the possible pitfalls of the past constitutional reform processes ahead of the 2026 elections. I would like in a special way to thank our esteemed panelists that Chris did mention here at the start, that have agreed to speak to us and share ideas and experiences on some of the key topics for the discussion today. This dialogue is the beginning of a series of stakeholder conversations. We would like, as civil society, to invite you to join us on this journey of shaping public discourse on these issues, and we hope we can find feasible solutions on some of the identified challenges. Finally, I would like to thank, of course, everybody for making the time to this important dialogue, but also would like to thank the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, for the support that they've continued to provide to us through the strengthening citizen engagement in elections activity. We value this support, and that is given towards the Ugandan people. I look forward to a very rich and constructive discussion and seeing how these contributions can inform our joint endeavor in improving Uganda's democratic processes. I thank you and welcome you to this high-level national stakeholders engagement. Thank you.
Can you give Moses a bigger round of applause? And I'm hoping the people online can hear us, because I think the mic was switched off earlier. Okay, so I didn't mention earlier that, that we have the government chief whip, Honorable Hamson Obua, who is going to be giving closing remarks at exactly 12:30. And we hope this conversation will definitely end at exactly 1 o'clock so that we don't keep you any longer than we have to. So at this point, would you join me to invite Mr. Richard Babu Kamujisha, who is the Director of Operations at the Electoral Commission, to give the keynote address on how to organize elections in politically sensitive contexts like ours. And if you know how the Electoral Commission operates, you know that the Directorate of Operations is the directorate that is responsible for managing all the elements of the electoral process. So Mr. Babu, you're welcome. And so Babu doesn't have a PowerPoint presentation because he has all the points with him. So over to you, Babu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nkwasiwe. The Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs in absentia, the Honorable Members of Parliament, members, the leadership and members of the NGO Forum and your partners, distinguished participants. I bring greetings from the Electoral Commission. The Honorable Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon would have wished to be here in person and had indicated so to the organizers, but due to last-minute engagements, he has not been able to come. He has, however, delegated me to come and participate in this highly topical dialogue on constitutional reforms and organizing credible elections. I will deliver his keynote address verbatim. It is a great privilege for me to be here this morning to participate in this national stakeholders dialogue on constitutional reforms and to deliver a keynote address. Your invitation, I'm sure, is part of the strategic partnership that the Commission continues to enjoy with the different stakeholders in the democratic processes of this country. As you are aware, Uganda's political fortunes have oscillated between democracy and political instability since the country gained her independence on the 9th of October 1962. This history has had far-reaching political, social, and economic implications that have impacted on its existence over the years. The constitutional review process and the eventual promulgation of the 1995 Constitution, as amended, created a new trajectory that has guided the political dispensation of the country since 1995 to date. Objective 2 of the National Objectives and Directive Principles of State Policy under the Constitution provides as follows. Under Clause 1, the state shall be based on democratic principles which empower and encourage the active participation of all citizens at all levels in their governance. Clause 2, all the people of Uganda shall have access to leadership positions at all levels subject to the Constitution. Article 1 of the Constitution vests power in the people of Uganda to give authority to the state through their will and consent, and to express their consent through regular, free and fair elections of their representatives and through referenda. The right to vote of every citizen of Uganda that is 18 years and above is guaranteed under Article 59(1), and under Clause 2 thereof, it makes it a duty for every citizen of the said age to register as a voter, and the state is enjoined to take all necessary steps to ensure that all citizens qualified to vote register and exercise their right to vote under Clause 3. The appointment of the Electoral Commission under Article 60, therefore, and the stipulated functions under Article 61, Clause 1, fall in line with the aforementioned principles aimed at fulfilling the aspirations of the people of Uganda. Article 61, Clause 2 provides as follows: the Electoral Commission shall hold presidential, general parliamentary and local government council elections within the first 30 days of the last 122 days before expiration of the term of president, parliament, or local government councils, as the case may be. If I can speak a little about this, this is one of the entrenched articles in the Constitution, and it is the basis for which our country holds general elections in a space of just 30 days. There is polling day every other week, so that the presidential elections, general parliamentary, meaning all members of parliament, different categories, and all local government councils must be elected within those 30 days, the first 30 days of the last 122 days before the expiration of the term of government. The Commission has, since the promulgation of the 1995 Constitution, conducted 6 general elections and 2 referenda. The referendum of 2005, in particular, ushered in the multi-party dispensation under which the country is operating at the moment. The country has got 26 registered political parties with 8 applications for registration under consideration. The political parties stroke organizations have provided a wider platform for citizen participation by offering varying agenda for governance to the people of Uganda. The Commission works closely with political parties and organizations under the auspices of the National Consultative Forum for Political Parties and Political Organizations, as provided for under Section 20 of the Political Parties and Organizations Act 2005. The purpose of this arrangement is to receive, discuss, harmonize various issues, complaints, and recommendations aimed at making the electoral process better from time to time. Uganda as a country has got a fairly robust legal framework for the conduct of elections. On top of elections being regular, there are a number of legal provisions that have provided a guarantee to transparency and have helped to check excesses from different players, some of which include the following. 1, accreditation of political parties and organizations and other stakeholders to observe all stages of the electoral process. Number 2, appointment by the judiciary of parish tribunals to determine objections on inclusion or exclusion from the voters' register. 3, accreditation of civil society organizations to conduct civic/voter education. Number 4, open inspection of nomination papers submitted by candidates. Next, constitution of the Commission as a quasi-court to determine complaints arising before and during polling. Constitution of liaison committees to engage stakeholders at every stage of the electoral process at the national level and in each electoral district. Accreditation of political parties and organizations to witness printing, packing, and distribution of ballot papers and all polling materials. Sharing with political parties and organizations participating in elections, copies of statements of ballot papers, serial numbers of seals, declaration of results forms used in every election. Opening the ballot box to commence polling at the polling station only in the presence of at least 10 registered voters registered at that polling station. Use of technology in voter identification at polling stations. Counting and announcement of votes obtained by each candidate in the open at each polling station. Accreditation of political parties and organizations and independent candidates to be represented at the results tally centers. And, last among others, declaration of election results within 48 hours after closure of polls. These measures, among others, have worked to improve the credibility of elections and outcomes at different levels. One can safely say that Uganda is one of the highly democratized countries in the world, going by the number of elective offices contested every electoral cycle. From elections of lower-level administrative units, councils and committees of special interest groups, local government councils, parliament and the presidency, the Commission conducts elections to fill over 1.3 million vacancies every electoral cycle. In spite of these achievements, management of the electoral process in the country has encountered a number of challenges, and it has remained work in progress, and these include the following. Government continues to create administrative units every electoral cycle without a corresponding budgetary provision of recurrent expenditure. The Commission has experienced challenges of spillover of disputes arising out of political party stroke organizations' primaries to the national election programs. Late resolution of some of the complaints led to disruption of electoral programs, especially where there are last-minute court orders that usually result in delays in printing ballot papers, or where ballot papers are already printed and some candidates are disqualified by court. It should be noted that a number of complaints usually lodged with the Commission arise from grievances not properly addressed by political parties. Monetization of politics. During the campaign period, some candidates offer gifts and money to lure the electorate to vote for them. This practice compromises the ability of voters to make informed choices. Offer of money and gifts, needless to say, amounts to bribery, which is an offense and for which some elections have been nullified by courts of law. However, the penalties against this vice are not stringent enough to deter the practice. Election-related violence. Election-related violence is a major drawback to the democratization process. Clashes between supporters of candidates and law enforcement agencies heightens the political atmosphere that may discourage some players from actively participating in the electoral process. Late enactment and amendment of electoral laws affects the planning by the Commission to formulate and disseminate voter education messages in a timely manner. The increasing do-or-die stance of candidates and their supporters has also contributed to the charged electoral environment in many areas. This tendency drives some actors to conduct themselves in a manner not in consonance with the law or the Electoral Commission guidelines pertaining to a particular activity. Inevitably, this requires the intervention of law enforcement agencies to put matters in order. And lastly, the COVID-19 pandemic. The 2020-2021 general elections were organized under highly constrained circumstances caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. regulation of campaign meetings through limiting public gatherings resulted into clashes between security candidates and their supporters in some areas. The timing of this conversation is therefore appropriate to allow extensive consultations with all the key players to generate consensus on key issues that will help improve the smooth conduct of elections in Uganda. I thank you very much for listening to me. For God and my country, signed Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission.
Please give Mr. Babo a very big round of applause. And I need to apologize as pronouncing his name wrongly. It's not Babu. It is Mr. Babo Kamujisha Richard. So forgive me, sir, for that. At this point, we'd like now to welcome and invite Mr. Godba Tumshabe, who is going to share some perspective before we move to a much larger panel conversation. I'd like to mention as well that we have developed a paper through our team of experts on constitutional reforms, and the team of experts is constituted by some members who are in this room. So as Godba comes, allow me to recognize the members of the expert panel. Ms. Perry Altua, if you could stand or raise your hand so we can. Perry Altua works for the Women's Democracy Network. Dr. Businge Kabumba, Professor of Law. Oh, Godba, forgive me. I apologize. At the School of Law, we have, I don't know, the gentleman from the Law Reform Commission. Kenneth, is he here? Okay, we have a representative from the Law Reform Commission. We have a representative from the Office of the Speaker of Parliament. One of the lawyers in the Speakers of Parliament represents Parliament on the expert panel. We have Mr. Crispin Kaheru, who is the commissioner, the Human Rights Commission. And we've done that paper. We will be sharing with you that paper at the end of this conversation. The paper will be distributed by email. So just make sure that you have written your email address properly at the registration table. And those of you who are joining us online, we have already your email addresses, so we'll be sharing that with you. So Godba, please. Oh, and I didn't mention Godba Tumshabe is part of the expert panel. So, so Godba Tumshabe, please come and give the response to the keynote address. And please give him a big round of applause. And then after Godba, we shall hand over to Raymond Mujuni, who will take over the rest of the session.
Thanks very much, Chris. Good morning, everybody. All protocol observed. Let me start by making a joke. I have attended many meetings in many places. I think it is only in Uganda where I always hear people asking the audience to clap. I don't know whether people have noted that. Yeah? That give him a round of applause. Now, Chris asked you to clap for me, but I haven't done anything. I could even end up disappointing you. Yeah, but it's a very interesting, it's an interesting culture. Thanks very much, Mr. Kamujisha, for delivering those remarks, because my understanding is that those are the remarks of the chairman. I've been asked to make more or less like a rejoinder to what the chairman of the Electoral Commission shared, but I want to broaden it a bit because I think that the nature of the discussion in this gathering needs to go beyond what the chairman of the commission has shared with us. And I say that because of the theme of this dialogue. The theme of the dialogue is restoring citizen sovereignty towards elections integrity and electoral justice in Uganda. And I think that theme is particularly important if I went back, like the chairman did, to the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995. And I'm referring to the 1995 Constitution as it then was, because the one that exists today, probably it's very difficult to basically recognize the architecture of that Constitution that was adopted in 1995. As lawyers, we normally say 1995 Constitution as amended. But I would want to restrain myself from that and go back to the 1995 Constitution as it then was, because my argument is that the 1995 Constitution, imperfect as it may be, represented the most minimum consensus around which Ugandans would be governed, after so many years of instability and conflict. And we need to be able to start from there to understand the issues that we need to be discussing. Because what the 1995 Constitution did, which is reflected here so many times in President Museveni's writings, was to restore the sovereignty of the people. The import of Article 1 of the Constitution, that power belongs to the people, and they shall exercise that power in accordance with the law, is basically that restoration of that sovereignty. Because Article 1 is a declaration, it's not a rule, it's a declaration. Because the 1995 Constitution is a constitution of the people. If you go back to the preamble, it starts off with, we the people. The Constituent Assembly delegates who debated and finalized the Constitution were acting on our behalf. So that preamble is a declaration of we the people and saying power belongs to the people. And the elections, a credible, free, and fair election, is the ultimate expression of that sovereignty. The moment you fail to organize that election based on the criteria that is articulated there, credible, free, and fair, you've actually violated that Constitution. So that's the premise of my discussion this morning. Point number 2 is to mention that a lot of times we discuss elections norms, and then there is all this argument, most of it academic, or so, democracy is alien. Normally when in Uganda and in most of Africa, when we say election is alien, democracy is alien, we are talking about that one day when you are voting, and we call it democracy. And I think Mr. Kamujisha in that presentation, he also tried to describe it. I think that right now our problem as a country are not the techniques of organizing elections, of transporting ballot papers, how you tick on a ballot paper, of the counting. That's not the problem. That is not our problem. Because that one you can even by the way, the people in your village, if they were not interfered with, they can get the ballot papers, they vote, they count, and give you the results. You don't need a lawyer like me or some engineer to go and count ballots. Those are techniques. But we need to be dealing with the spirit and the essence of an election, that this is an expression of citizen sovereignty. That's what we need to be dealing with. Are these alien, the principles, the norms? Because the norms are very clear. The right to vote is a norm. The right to contest for an elective office is a norm. Mr. Kamugisha, I can tell you, I have been involved in youth council elections because I have many young people who are my friends. You really get disturbed when you hear that the forms for nominations, they are held by an RDC. So the RDC is the one who can give out the forms. And if you are contesting on the ticket of an opposition political party, you will not get those forms. And of course, it is very easy for someone to say, where is the evidence? Unfortunately, we don't have the evidence, but we know that's what happens. Normally, if you want to convince yourself that you are succeeding, you hide yourself from the truth. Then you are able to say, I am succeeding. I have also had friends in NRM who tell you, if the RDC does not want you to be the chairman of the youth council or whatever, they will also not give you the form. And the point I want to make is that our electoral process and the election exercise is so fractured, is so distorted that it no longer reflects the sovereignty of citizens. So the norms are there. If you go across all the international legal instruments that we looked through in the paper, we looked at the Africa regional instruments and then our national constitutions. These are consistent because normally there are norms that become so consistent that they almost become practice. So you cannot say, this one is alien. Now, I hear people saying democracy is alien. If we agree that elections are an expression of citizens' sovereignty, then we can't be arguing that democracy is alien. We can only agree that we have failed to organize an exercise that gives citizens the dignity that they deserve, because elections should be dignifying. You should feel good as a Ugandan that you have gone to a polling station, you have voted, your vote has been counted, and it counts. That's dignifying. That's a dignifying exercise. So that's really point number 2, that democracy is not alien. Elections are our only mechanism for expressing our sovereignty. Number 3 is that our elections are distorted. Actually, I want to actually state categorically that we don't have elections as commanded under the Constitution. That every election, if you judged it based on the test of citizen sovereignty, on credibility, on free and fair, we don't have an election. And let me put a caveat and say, me hearing my brother from the Electoral Commission, I sympathize with the Electoral Commission. Yeah, I really sympathize. I think these are, wonderful men and women trying to do their best in the most difficult of circumstances. So the way you feel as a citizen is exactly the way the Electoral Commission people feel. It's exactly the way they feel. Because the elections have been hijacked. And we need to deal with that hijacking. I always say that in most cases, Africans, we fear telling ourselves the truth. Because, the truth normally pains or hurts. No, sorry about that. So, the elections have been hijacked. So the institutions that are mandated to organize elections are no longer in charge. So that's why I'm saying that, and by the way, I should also mention that when the Electoral Commission is facing the difficult challenges that it faces, it is not enough for us to blame them. No, it is important for us to understand that they are part of the captivity that we are all experiencing. So it is our responsibility to make sure that we liberate the Electoral Commission to be able to organize elections for us. So, I really want to emphasize this point, that the institutions of state must be liberated to be able to work for us to deliver an election that we need. So I mean, we have all these elections that we've seen. The by-elections are much more telling, where you see an exercise and say, but how is it possible? Both the participants and the organizers, you ask yourself, but these people, are they actually serious? Because the participants are participating, the organizers, the Electoral Commission are there, they pretend like they are doing a powerful job, but actually you can see that they are not in charge. And therefore, so I want to challenge us that let's not try to settle let's not try to settle for the convenience and talk about the techniques of organizing an elections when our problems are actually structural. The problems of elections in this country are structural, and we need to deal with that. And this requires being brutally honest with ourselves, but also it requires statesmen and women who go beyond their political parties and their political affiliations and look at a country called Uganda and citizens of Uganda. That's what it takes. And I don't want to give the impression that it is easy. So let me outline in a very briefly the 6 structure issues that we need to deal with. I will be very disappointed if we spend here this morning talking about how to transport votes or how to count votes at a polling station. I will be very disappointed, because that's not the problem. Number one is that we are operating in a system of state capture. The institutions of state and government have been captured. So that's why you hear normally, this becomes normal when you hear people, when you hear it is convenient to use the language regime instead of government, you know that the state and the institutions of state and government have been captured. So in other words, in our case, it is even quite disturbing, because now it's not likely that you are going to hear people talking about the government of Uganda. People talk about government of Uganda, Emmanuel. They talk about NRM government. And this is not by mistake. Language matters. So NRM government. If you listen to the president in the last 5 years, all his major speeches, including State of the Nation address, Museveni will talk about NRM more times than he talks about government of Uganda. NRM has done this, NRM has built roads, it is building this, it is doing that. Then you realize that the thin line between a ruling party that is supposed to form government of Uganda has been broken. Because the government of Uganda as an institution is established under the constitution. A political party, whether it is NRM, whether it's FDC, whether it is ANT or whatever, only comes and forms that government. The moment you allow the political party to become the government, then you have a problem. And that's what we are dealing with now. That the NRM group has captured the institutions of state and government. They work for the NRM government. And it's, you can see the language. So in other words, if you are an opposition political candidate and you go for elections, you have to protect your votes. No, you are campaigning against the police, the military, the intelligence, the RDCs. In fact, you even have to work to protect your votes against the Electoral Commission. Yeah, you have to. If you cannot structure a campaign that takes into account those perspectives, you are basically playing into a game that has been laid out. So, guys, let's talk about state capture. How can we liberate the institutions of state, including the Electoral Commission, for them to be able to work for us? And work for us as people of Uganda. Not in our political affiliations, because you see, you and I, we never chose to be Ugandans. We can only relate to our tribes. I am a Munyankore, I make no apologies. Because Ugandans these days, even they apologize for being a Munyankore, Muganda, or an Acholi. I didn't make a choice to be born a Munyankore. But I can make a choice to be NRM, to be FDC, to be whatever. But so we need to talk about ourselves as Ugandans and the credibility of elections as a country. Two, we need to deal with the economy. We are a country where people are degenerating into poverty. The economic stress that we are feeling, and many of us, some of us who are elite, who are able to sit in this room here, sometimes we pretend like we are okay, we are better than many other people. But I mean, me as a person who has been working for the last 25 years, and you know, how many children are you looking after, paying fees? Even when you produced your last child many years ago, how many children are you paying fees for? And what is the level of effort that you have to take in to raise that money to pay? And you can't put groceries on your table. So sometimes, for us, the elites, we pretend. But the data is showing us that we are having more people getting into poverty. The economy is growing. That we can congratulate ourselves and government. The economy is growing, but it's concentrating in the top 10%. That's the most recent analysis by Oxfam. But the majority of the people are poor. In fact, the most recent UBOS data shows that 43% of the population of our people, 43 people out of every 100 live in what we call conditions of perpetual vulnerability. That is a condition where anything can happen and you fall below the poverty line. It could be a sickness, it could be payment of fees, it could be an accident, something like that, and you go below the poverty line. So, in other words, structurally, we are going to have a more robust democracy and a more robust defense of the Constitution if we can be able to work on the economic structure, the economic geography of this country. When we did a survey in 2017 during that fight on age limit, we found out that the poorest of the regions, the MPs there were more likely to be supporting the removal of age limit. And that was the poorest regions then were Bunyoro, Busoga, Sebei, and Karamoja. A lot of that has not changed. Number 3 is the population geography of this country. That is one of the structural conditions that are going to determine whether we can have a free and fair election, an election that is free of violence. This country is becoming younger and younger. Young people are being born in an economy that is what we call it the jobless economy. The economy is growing but is not creating enough jobs. Because most of the sectors that are growing are either industry or services. Those sectors, naturally, they don't create a lot of jobs. So in other words, we are going to have to contend with a restless young population. A restless young population is a time bomb. It can be an opportunity depending on how you structure your country, your economy, but it can also be a time bomb. So those of the politicians who like violence, because I think there are many politicians who like violence, you will have a big group to recruit from because of the restlessness. So we have to deal with that. Number 4 is the structure of our security forces. one of the biggest structural limitations that we have is that our security forces are right now the biggest element. No, let me put it this way, because I think there are many wonderful men and women, professional men and women in the security forces, in the military, in the police, in intelligence and other agencies. But I think that there are elements that within these forces have captured these institutions and used them to perpetuate the NRM. NRM, whatever it is, because sometimes it's very difficult to understand what NRM is. Yeah? But they perpetuate that. So that's why, in fact, I have argued in my other engagements that even for the UPDF that we pride in, because of its accomplishments, I have argued with some of these generals that the UPDF's transition to a national army cannot be complete until they are able to salute another commander-in-chief who is not their rebel leader. Sometimes when you say this, people say you hate Museveni. And me, I always tell them, I said, between me and Museveni, there is no love-hate relationship. Because we don't know each other, other than him being my president. We really don't know much we don't know each other. But the UPDF has become an active player in elections. And you see the Electoral Commission sit there helplessly. So that's why I'm saying, for the Electoral Commission, we have to sympathize with them. And I see my chairman, the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs here. So part of your job, Chairman, is to liberate the Electoral Commission so that it works for us. Because the Electoral Commission doesn't work for the Ugandan voters. It needs to work for us. So the security forces, how do we structure an arrangement where the security forces work for Uganda and Ugandans? What is the interest of these generals to make sure that Godba is the one who is elected MP? I mean, a lieutenant general, a colonel, you find them there in the constituencies mobilizing. They are the ones normally who buy people. In 2021 elections, I had one of them, very senior, who was buying NUP young people. And I'm like, but sure, if I have, some of these guys, they are trained in these elite colleges. If I am trained to the level of UPDF officers, how do you engage me in these petty political things of buying supporters? Do you see how undignifying it is? And so that's why even the UPDF, they need our help. They need our help because they need to be the institution that we pride in as a country. Number 5 is the geopolitics of this country, of this region. So our elections are no longer a matter of Ugandans. It will be a mistake if we think that our politics is a matter of Uganda. No. Uganda's engagement in the region makes everybody interested in what happens in Uganda. Whether it is the international community or whether it is the countries within the region. Right now we have official deployments of UPDF in DRC, in Equatorial Guinea, in Morocco, in South Sudan, in Somalia. These are the official deployments. The unofficial ones, I won't mention them because I will be asked for the evidence. Yeah? But the point I'm making is that the geopolitics, the interest within our presence and influence in the region, which is good for us as a country, because of that foreign posture, is also a problem for us in organizing elections because many countries will be interested in who is the president here, how elections are organized, or whether the elections deliver the people that they need to be able to pursue their interests. The final one is the whole question of refugees. Uganda is generally considered a refugee hospitable country. We host refugees from everywhere. But you see, how you deal with refugees is an important matter. How do refugees integrate? How do they participate in your elections? Right now, it is very easy for us, any government in power, especially this normally goes for the government in power, a government in power can use refugees to be able to change the electoral fortunes of any region. So in other words, in your constituency, we can be able to have refugees there, and we can even determine how they vote. So if you don't have a proper immigration system that is able to account for every refugee and how they integrate into the national population, then you still have a problem. It's a structural problem that you have to deal with to be able to have credible, free and fair election. I will end with one point that, besides, I think I have many ideas of what one can do to change our current situation. And my biggest idea, and the minister is here, I think I want to address this to you, Chairman. The biggest idea is that we have to take away the elections from the Electoral Commission and give it to the people. The citizens should be the ones to organize their elections. There is no reason why, for us in Ankole, Chairman, there is no reason why a group seated in Kampala should organize elections in Ankole, or in Karamoja, or in Acholi. No, there should be electoral commissions in those areas that organize elections. Let the national elections deal with the national standards. Let the people organize their elections, and we hold those people of ours accountable. Because right now, when there is a crisis, the military comes and disrupts, we all run to Mr. Byabakama in Kampala. But if there was a guy called Ochieno in Teso, and is the chairman of our electoral commission, who would even come for you? Because you would have to explain, how did the military come and order our people not to vote? Let me end by saying, in the last elections in 2021, my polling station, the ticking of the ballots ended at 1 p.m. And you know, this is in Tungamo. My friend Emmanuel, this is supposed to be the heartland of NRM. This is in Tungamo. My aunt, who is 76 years old, walked for 3 kilometers to go and vote. And she reached there and she was told, Mama, everything is okay. We have voted for you, don't worry. Yeah? And that's what happened in the entire constituency. And that is the crux of the matter. In most cases, for the NRM, they say, oh, in this constituency, we are all NRM, so there is no reason why people should waste their time. So let's help the people. Yeah? So in other words, they do it to help you. But the point I'm making, because I'm saying, unless we deal with these structural conditions, it doesn't matter whether it is NRM in power, whether it is FDC, whether it is anything, we are likely to end up with the same problems like we are having now. So in other words, the structural conditions that we need to deal with are bigger than these political groups. They are about us. And that's what we need to deal with. Thank you very much for listening to me.
So I noticed that you've earned your clap, so I don't have to ask people to clap for you. But would you please give God a big round of applause? All right. Honorable Minister, thank you for joining us. And right before you joined us, we had welcome remarks from the Executive Director of the NGO Forum. We also had a keynote address by the Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, represented by Mr. Richard Babo. We have just had a rejoinder to the keynote address, which has been delivered by Mr. Godbert Mushabe, who you're very familiar with, given the trenches you have, you have skipped together. And now I would like to welcome you to give us the official opening remarks and open this dialogue. Now you should clap. as the honorable minister comes. So good, but this is a cultural thing, you know. Raymond was telling me, as the minister comes, that the former Attorney General of Kenya said elections happen in a context of a constitution, and the constitution is in a context of culture. So you can't run away from us clapping for honorable minister.
Thank you very much, moderator. The distinguished representatives of various entities that are here, the executive director of the Uganda National NGO Forum. I see many colleagues with whom we have been in the trenches. Dear friends, first, I want to apologize for coming late. Yesterday, thanks to the heavy downpour, there has been some disruption. So finding my way was a bit difficult. I want to congratulate the Uganda National NGO Forum for convening this dialogue. This is actually the starting point of what Godbert Mushabe is talking about. You have to take charge of the conversation. That is the starting point. And it really doesn't matter what anybody does or says. There's a famous story in the Bible which I have reflected on, and I want to share my thoughts. It may not be your kind of sermon, but it works for me, and I hope it works for you also. It is said that King David went to the battlefield where a giant called Goliath was terrorizing people. And the Israeli army was clinging in fear. So this little shepherd boy volunteered to take on Goliath. Of course, he was dismissed. He was told in no uncertain terms, 4-star generals, 5-star generals are all hiding. They are all quaking. What really can you do? Goliath was roaring. But David decided to reflect on his journey up to that point. He told himself, I have protected my father's flock from wolves and lions. I think I have earned my pips also. Then he turned to the generals who were advising him not to think of joining the battle and asked them one question. Is there a cause? And that's the question I want to ask to you. Because normally I find people specialize in lamentation. Is there a cause? It really doesn't matter whether the Electoral Commission is stealing votes, whether they are ticking, whether the army is brutalizing people. You have to keep moving on. Do you have a cause? As long as you have a cause, you wake up and do the very same thing they're telling you not to do. That is what struggle means. I have my own way of understanding the Constitution, but I hope the story of little David will encourage you. State the cause clearly. What is the cause that we have? Uganda is a divided society. We are looking for a formula to coexist within the borders that the colonialists drew for us. That is our cause. I wish to encourage you, the National NGO Forum, and all the groups that are here. You do have a cause. And those who want to sabotage you achieving the goals you have set are also very busy. They are also holding seminars. They are also meeting. They are also plotting how to continue doing the very things you are condemning. And there is no single front line for achieving these goals. Addressing myself to the politicians, I think many politicians think that if you are not fighting in my battlefield, then you are not a warrior. If you are not carrying the weapons I carry, then you are not a warrior. Let me tell you about the history of the struggle against slave trade. We had the men in wigs and bow ties and suits like William Wilberforce, making speeches in Parliament and across the country, preaching sermons. But the slaves themselves were also not asleep. They were also ensuring that slavery comes at a cost. Some of the things they did were unsavory, including burning their masters' plantations. But can you imagine if the slaves had said, "What is William Wilberforce doing, making speeches in Parliament?" Every struggle must have a point of convergence. Indeed, during the American Civil Rights Movement, we had the same problem. There was a man called Martin Luther King who was holding marches, preaching, singing, "We shall overcome," giving sermons in churches. He was a Baptist minister or a reverend. Then there was another man called Malcolm X, whose followers specialized in lambasting Martin Luther King. They called him a house slave. They said, you know, that there is a field slave and a house slave. They said Martin Luther King is a house slave and that Malcolm X is a field slave. Malcolm X famously said, "Stop singing and start swinging." Eventually they met and they realized that their cause was the same and they needed to have convergence. In South Africa, there was a political party called Pan-Africanist Congress. Their motto was, "One settler, one bullet." Very easy to say, by the way. One settler, one bullet. And the youth loved that party because that was the very language that they needed to hear. Who are these settlers doing here? Africa is for Africans, black Africans. One settler, one bullet. So the youth would move around. One settler, one bullet. One settler. They marched around. There was the ANC, led by luminaries who you all know, including, of course, the legendary Nelson Mandela. After several years, over 25 years in jail in Robben Island, Nelson Mandela was moved into a prison in the city. He was given a suit. The room had carpets, sofa sets, he had a nice bed with linen. So his comrades came to visit him. And instead of a person in a prison uniform, a man comes in a suit. Naturally, they told him, "Comrade, seems you have joined the oppressor." This is treachery. There is no way you can be part of our struggle anymore. And Nelson Mandela said, "Am I not the one who founded Umkhonto we Sizwe? Am I not the one who used to make bombs to blow up the power plants to sabotage the government? Didn't I travel by foot, train, road, ship to Algeria to train in order to be your leader? Have you forgotten what makes me what I am?" We must adjust our methods of struggle. In other words, a vehicle must travel at the speed of the road. Even if I gave you a Ferrari and I took you to one of my village roads, you are going to travel at the same speed as the village bicycle, because the road determines your speed. Read Nelson Mandela's book in case you haven't. Long Walk to Freedom. Struggles don't move in a straight line. They move zigzag, and they are full of contradictions. But the one constant must be the goal. Nelson Mandela looked at the bigger picture. The smaller picture would have, of course, been one settler, one bullet. As expected, the party that said one settler, one bullet no longer even has a single member of parliament. It was a flavor of the moment. It disappeared. Of course, the ANC has had its contradictions. So the point I'm trying to make, because I have been listening to Godber for a long time, and I pay attention to what he says because I know he's serious. And I take him seriously. Let our prescriptions not be in the line of one settler, one bullet. That reminds me of a frog that was being chased by a snake. And sensing danger, the frog looked up, and on the tree there was an owl. On account of its big eyes, it is said to be very wise, and it has answers. So this frog looked up and told the owl, "Please give me something that can save my life. This snake is pursuing me. It is about to get me. What do I do?" The owl rolled its eyes and then said, "Fly away, frog." And the frog said, "Excellent idea," and proceeded to attempt to fly. Then it discovered that it didn't have wings. Went back to the owl. "Owl, I really want to fly, but I don't have wings. What do I do?" And the owl said, "Dear frog, I deal in broad concepts. The details are yours." Sometimes when I attend these meetings and I listen to the speeches, I'm reminded of the wisdom of the owl, telling the people of Uganda, "Fly away." Okay, let us now unpack this. We start with the goal. I normally hear people talk about strategy, strategic, tactics, Okay, what is a strategy? A strategy means a solution to the whole problem. Comprehensive solution. That's what a strategy is, from beginning to the end. What is a tactic? A tactic is a solution to a part of the problem, which may be a problem which is part of the bigger problem. So you can make a tactical maneuver to solve a problem for a particular time, but you don't lose sight of the overall solution. And we must not confuse tactics with strategy. Let's say our goal is democracy. I don't think there's anybody anywhere, including those illegally arresting people, if you tell them, do you believe in democracy? They'll say, oh God, that's what I dream about. Even those torturing people, if you ask them, do you believe in democracy in Uganda? They'll say, yes, yes, yes. So we agree on the goal of democracy. 2, we agree on the goal of economic prosperity, which is shared. 3, we agree on the goal of national unity and reconciliation. And 4, we agree on the goal of peace and security. Can our constitution be structured in such a way that it can help us achieve those broad goals? Do we have democracy? Some kind of democracy, yes. But what is the democracy where even members of the biggest political party need to be paid for them to vote for a bill or a motion brought by their own party in parliament, where they are the overwhelming majority? It is dysfunctional. You have had the president complaining. I'm sure my successor as Guild President, Emmanuel Dombo, is also concerned by that. You must have a political party which is organized in order to deliver that democracy. In any case, a constitution really is supposed to facilitate decision making. In simple terms, as a lawyer, I can tell you that's the main job of a constitution. It facilitates decision making. Just like you have the Uganda National NGO Forum, you have a constitution, or at least articles and memorandums of association. Companies also have articles and memorandums of association. So they are supposed to facilitate decision making. How do you elect people to the board? How do you appoint a managing director? General meetings, how do you take decisions? How do you get them done? It is as simple as that. Why have we failed in Uganda? How come that our constitution does not facilitate effective and legitimate decision making? Because the two concepts are separate. You know, you can be effective, but you may not be legitimate. In the last elections, I hope you paid attention to what people put on their campaign posters. President Museveni said, securing your future. In other words, he was selling an insurance policy. Norbert Mao sort of tried to respond to that very insurance policy and wrote on his campaign poster, reclaiming your future, which implies that someone has stolen it. Because you reclaim what was yours, but you no longer have it. Robert Chagulanyi, aka Bobby Wine, said, a new Uganda. My nephew, Patrick Oboya Muriat, also put building a new Uganda. In other words, everybody believes that Uganda needs renewal. So if I'm to choose one word which should run through your reflection, it is renewal. How do you renew something? It is sort of like renovating an old house. First, you must find its defects. So far, what we have been doing in terms of constitutional reforms or constitutional review has been like painting cracked walls. So you find a wall with a serious crack and you just paint it. Those who invited me said I should reflect with sincerity, and that's what I'm giving to you. So where are the major cracks of Uganda? As Norbert Mao, I want to put it to you that the cracks are at the foundation. Yes, they're really at the foundation. So to limit your attacks on the NRM and the person of President Museveni, you are not likely to go far. You need to start from the foundation, because the NRM is also a symptom. President Museveni is also a symptom. Just like we used to tell people, most notably, the current Chief Justice used to tell us that Joseph Kony is a symptom. And when he told the Acholi people the truth, some could not simply deal with it. It was very difficult. The Chief Justice talked of a time when Professor Okot Pabitek, Professor Alexander Odonga, Dean of Mulago Hospital, at the time when people like Semei Nyanzi, the founding boss of Uganda Development Corporation that built all these industries that you are nostalgic about, he said those were the people who were respected in the Acholi society. Then things changed. A second lieutenant arriving in a village was more respected than a professor of internal medicine. So the society died morally. So on Christmas Day, you hear gunshots and they are cheering the second lieutenant, firing his pistol in the air. Some of the so-called soldiers would come to Kampala and they go back home with looted property. Sofa sets too big to enter the grass-thatched huts of their mothers. Big music systems with no electricity to run them. 6-inch mattresses beaten by the rain. Sometimes it became worse. Second-hand mabatis. Second-hand gomeses. You know, I had never seen a second-hand gomesi. I know I can buy a second-hand suit from Owino, second-hand trouser, a shirt, but a gomesi, whose mother deserves a second-hand gomesi? So was it therefore a surprise that in those conditions, those who rose to personify the aspirations of the people became the likes of Alice Lakwena? Joseph Kony. And this is the society of Janani Luwum and Okot Pabitek and Dr. Lukuya and Dr. Alexander Odonga and Semei Nyanzi. That is the society. So, if we want a comprehensive solution about the future of Uganda, Let's talk about how the society has been dying. Are you therefore surprised that we have the kind of leaders we have? I am arguing that we change the conversation a little bit. Some of the truths we are going to tell each other are painful. They are not as popular as the one settler, one bullet, because that one is easy. Because if I go out there with a banner saying, Agende, I'll be the best person. But if I went to Kabalagala now and I found young men who are drinking beer and I asked them, are your children in school? Definitely they will throw me out. I'll not be a popular man. But if I went and found them and said, President Museveni has really robbed this country, they would say, yes, listen to that word of wisdom. Life is a two-sided coin. One side is our rights, the other side is our duties. I'm not going to argue with Ugandans about what they believe they're entitled to, but I'm not going to be shut up about their duty to their country. That one, I will keep on insisting. Because winning elections involves cheap shots. When I first arrived in Gulu to contest, I was vulnerable, as they say, a Munyacholi, and Acholi whose mother is from Isinjiro. Said, this one is he will take our secrets to President Museveni. So I asked them, so what secrets do you really have, you people? You see, if you are sincere and honest, life is very easy for you. Because for me, winning an election is not a matter of life and death. So if you engage me, I'll tell you. So now, what are the secrets in Acholi land? Tell me that I'm going to take to my uncle, as you call him. What are the secrets? And then I told them, am I the one who chose my mother for my father? Was I there when he was courting her? What about some of you who have married to white women and so on and so on? Will your children also be judged like me? So we must not let the noise obscure reason. There's a lot of noise in this society. But the noise must not shut us up. It doesn't matter. Let's give it time. We have our own experience. I was with the Honorable Alaso in the parliament, and of course Emmanuel Dombo. Those days when you used to say that the government should talk to Joseph Kony, man, it was not easy. You are ridiculed as a rebel collaborator, but we stuck to our cause. We were not listening to the criticisms. We were thinking about our people in the camps. They are the ones who sent us. Of course, when you come to Kampala now, you are wearing a suit. You are dining and wining with the good people. But at the end, when people say, let's go back to our constituency, you know where you are going. So, when the Committee of Parliament refused to endorse those views, myself and Honorable Mara Tubo, we co-authored the first ever minority report in the Parliament of Uganda, making 5 proposals. 1, talk to the rebels. 2, close the IDP camps. 3, general amnesty to induce them. On amnesty, there was largely consensus. People like former Army Commander General Muntu, who I see also here, was saying that has been our policy. So, 4, rebuild diplomatic relations with Khartoum, because they were the ones sponsoring Joseph Kony. In other words, undermine his source of support. And then in 5 was the stinker, multi-party democracy. Oh, even my fellow Acholis descended on me. Are you saying our people are dying because of multipartyism? Remove that thing. Remove it from your minority report. I woke up very early, I went to Honorable Mara Tubo's chambers. I said, I'm under pressure from my suffering people. That are we using them to bargain for multi-party democracy? What do we do? He asked me, do you believe in it? I said, yes. He said, let's keep it there. So we kept it. And as a result, many people refused to sign our minority report. I don't know whether it was wise or foolish. I'm not very sure. But as I talk now, all the things in the minority report were done. What does that prove? That if you have a legitimate cause, stake it out. So to all of you who are gathered here, it doesn't matter whether you get out and you are arrested and what, just articulate your cause as clearly as possible without personalizing it. There is no need to personalize it. And there's no need to even talk about who should hold which political position. I never heard Martin Luther King saying, this senator shouldn't be in the Senate. The president should go. He simply said what his theology meant. His theology was that the Lord's Prayer must work. God's will must be on earth. It must also be in heaven. That was Martin Luther King's theology. And he went on articulating it. Now, how could you argue against such a person? There's no need for you to threaten anybody's job to fight for your cause. I'm just giving you free advice. Because by articulating your cause, even the person who is holding the job but not serving the country well, implicitly feels that, you know what, it looks like I'm not performing. To me today, as Minister of Justice, you expect me to talk about the process. So let me give it to you. I have requested to meet the President and brief him. It is very important to move in tandem with the head of state in these matters. That is common sense anyway. I have very many ideas. As you know, DP is the oldest political party in this country. Even Mr. Ocheno of the Uganda People's Congress is disagreeing that DP is not the oldest political party. Of course, it was UNC, but UNC doesn't exist anymore. We are talking about those that are still alive. For instance, if I'm saying I'm the oldest man here, I cannot say Mahatma Gandhi because he's not there. So, DP is the oldest political party in Uganda. We have a lot of proposals. When the foundations of this country was laid, it was actually believed that we would have a two-party system, almost similar to the one of America, where one party can trust the other enough not to feel threatened when it is displaced. To that extent, even Dr. Milton Obote, who I think is the most misunderstood man in the history of Uganda, gave land where UPC is, I think plot 14 for Uganda House. And he also gave another prime plot on Jinja Road. for DP to build its headquarters, because he believed that we must have these two contending forces that can generally represent, whether you accuse them of religious sectarianism and so on, these religions were brought from outside. And in any case, they are a reality of our society. UPC still has its place. The one of DP, this is not the occasion for talking about it, because we must not disturb the rest of those who are not with us. We expected that we would probably be like Ghana with the two-party system. Kenya is trying to build two forces. Somehow, the world seems to have only room for this thesis and antithesis. It seems to be a world which is about dichotomies. Okay, start from the most obvious example. You have God, you have the devil. I don't think there's a third party. I don't think there's room for a third party. You have Pepsi, you have Coca-Cola. Even in the telecom, you know the main players. Those days we used to have Soviet bloc and the NATO, American bloc. Then they claimed that Soviet Union had collapsed, so they claimed there was a unipolar world. I don't think that's true anymore. Anyway, militarism disrupted the organic growth of democratic politics in Uganda. I hope that you will interrogate militarism. So what are these cracks at the foundation? One of the contentious issues, which was the PhD thesis of Professor Apollon Sibambi, is the integration of Buganda into Uganda. That is a topic that you people should discuss without fear. Because you can talk about iron sheets, you can talk about corruption, you can talk about what, but if you are really talking about constitutionalism, these are the issues you have to talk about. I'm assuming that you are here to debate constitutional design. Now, constitutional design, like designing a house, and when you design a house, you design based on the area where you are going to build. If you're in a wetland, like this place was once, you know how you should design it. The Chinese even build on water. So, before you design a constitution, look at the Uganda society. You can build on a wetland, you can even build on a tree, you can build anywhere. But the design must not contradict the context in which you're operating. I did woodwork in O-level, and we had planes, you know, the plane for making the surface of the wood smooth like this. Now you must understand that wood has what they call a grain, how it moves. So there's something they call planing against the grain. The wood will keep rebelling until it is finished. Each time you move your plane, the wood rebels. But if you are planing according to the grain, you will have a very smooth surface. So the British decided that Buganda should be a kingdom in our constitution. Of course, they found it as a kingdom. And they gave federal status in addition to Buganda, to Ankole, Bunyoro, Toro, and Busoga, which I don't know why they called it a territory instead of a kingdom. So that is the context. Why did the British pay attention to Buganda? Because they found what was already existing as an effective state. Read the writings of Theodore Roosevelt. Read the diaries of John Hannings Peake. Then the rest of us were named as districts. Acholi, Bugisu, Bukedi, Karamoja, Kigezi, Lango, Madi, Sebei, Teso, and West Nile. That is what the building blocks of Uganda were. So let's go and understand these building blocks. Are they at peace with each other? How is the glue? Because the constitution must be a glue. Is the glue holding these building blocks together solid? And the glue cannot be a person. Sometimes people, you know, some people make the mistake that a person, on account of his strong will, his or her strong will, can be the glue. Eventually, you must build an institution. Even the personality of Ataturk could not hold Turkey together. They had to build a constitution which recognized the role of the military in Turkey, and they accommodated it. Even the personality of Nehru and Gandhi could not hold the building blocks of the greater India together. As you know, Bangladesh used to be part of India. Pakistan used to be part of India. These are the tectonic plates which, unless they have a strong reason to come towards each other, the reasons that motivate them to pull apart will be stronger. To me, that is a very important conversation in constitutional design. Because ultimately, maybe for the media and so on, but for the ordinary Ugandan, when will they ever be touched by the government in State House and Parliament? They are even the ones who elect their LC1s, who cheat them again. They are the ones who elect their LC3s. They elect their LC2s, who are now supposed to be in charge of the parish development model. So, how do we integrate Buganda? We have what they call the Northern Question. I'll share with you a paper written by Professor Ginyera Pinchwa on the Northern Question. I really believe that this is the start of a very serious conversation. And let us not mix it up with our talk show things, you know? On the talk show, we can always do our things, you know? This is the most corrupt, that's okay. But we are now architects. You see, an architect has no time to worry about the small thing. It is about the integrity of the building. How strong the columns are, strong foundation. What weight is it supposed to bear? Who is going to use that building? How you build a hospital is different from how you build a palace or how you build a nightclub. Okay, I've already stated that what we are designing must deliver democracy. And democracy means representative democracy, because we are far beyond the days of the Greeks, where we all assemble somewhere and vote. It means we must reform the electoral system. In the Democratic Party, since the 60s, we have been advocating for a system of electoral reform and to have an election based on proportional representation. I don't think we have had a fair hearing. That's the system which works in South Africa. That's the system which works partly in Zimbabwe. It is the system which works in those very stable societies in the Nordic countries. What does it look like? It basically means you vote on the basis of a party list. The list can be national or based on electoral areas. So if you have a national list, then every political party presents names of people who will go to parliament depending on the percentage of votes the party gets. In other words, the individuals will be campaigning, but it is the party on account of its ideas and platform. So if you start by saying, how many people should an MP represent? Our current proposal is that an MP should represent 150,000 people. As you know, there are MPs whose electorates are 3,000 and so on. They are there also in the House. There are those who have hundreds of thousands, like in Kampala. I think Kampala is actually very underrepresented on account of its population. So, our formula is that one MP should represent 150,000 people. That will automatically reduce the size of parliament to at most 300 MPs. That would have solved one major problem that Ugandans don't want to talk about. A parliament bigger than the one of Nigeria, bigger than the one of the United States of America. I know you are National NGO Forum, you are trapped a little bit, you don't want to annoy MPs because you know, but if you are really designing a constitution, you have to talk about these things. I'm also an MP, you know, MP of Kameme, because I'm ex-official. Nobody voted me, but I have a seat in that parliament. So, 300 MPs. You are saving money that would be paying 230 members of parliament. Just calculate it, and then you'll know. That's enough for parish development model. Of course, you must then have an upper house, since it's population. You then create a Senate where all these building blocks are equally represented, the ones I've talked about. 2 representatives, whether you call them senators. In the draft constitution of Odoke, it was called National Council of State. But the Professor Kabumbas will give us an intelligent name. For me, I'm just calling it an upper chamber. The lower chamber, by its very nature, is supposed to be riotous, chaotic. That's where the action is. And it should be that way, because it represents the raw emotions of the people. There's no need to worry about it. Then it is sieved in the upper house, where Sebei has 2 representatives, Buganda has 2, Ankole has 2, West Nile has 2. So no matter what is done in the lower house, no law passes until the upper house of reflective ladies and gentlemen put their stamp of approval on it. That is a proposal. If we have party lists based on electoral areas, if we say Kampala has 3 million people, then automatically you're having 20 members of parliament. So DP will have to present 20 names on the list, which list is pinned at every polling station in the electoral area. I think that system will make the primaries better, because then the political parties will really have real control. And even some of you, like my friend Richard Sewa Chirianga, who does not have the guts to face villagers in an election, finally can find himself on a list and serve Uganda with distinction as a member. Because the way the things are, you know, even if you are Messi or Ronaldo, but if the football match has people who are running with knives and axes, I think even Messi would say, I'm not playing. Because while you are going for the ball, somebody is coming for your neck. So what is the point? So that system will attract high quality people. Some people also say, what about women? The Constitution says a minimum of 1/3 should be women. In some countries, the list that a party presents is called a zebra list, which means if you start with a woman, the next person must be a man, and so on. Zebra, man, woman, man, woman, man, woman. That guarantees even 50% of women in the parliament. So when the elections are done, the seats are allocated according to the percentage of votes got. No vote is wasted. I have done my mathematics and I found that in 1980, under that formula, the UPM would have had 5 MPs. Because we have in parliament people who are in parliament with 25% of the votes. You know, as politicians, if we feel like we are weak and you are strong in a place, I get somebody from your place also say he's also competing with me. So they undermine your vote. But in this case, no vote is wasted. By this formula, NUP would be having more than 100 members of parliament. By this formula I'm talking about. And why not? Because if we are saying we are representing people, then let them be represented. Provided we are sure that we will be having frequent, free and fair election. Because if you are elected and you don't perform, the people will boot you. So electoral system is one area. The other one is the term of a president. There's a country called Mexico where one party ruled for 71 years. One. It was even called the Party for the Permanent Institutionalized Revolution. Permanent Institutionalized Revolution. It is in Spanish. I've mixed it up a bit. When the Mexicans started a debate on their constitution, they were sick and tired of term limits. They even didn't discuss term limits. They simply said, one president, one term of 6 years, out. No debate. There's no reason why Uganda should not consider that. Since the presidency seems to be an issue that agitates people so much. Of course, right now, people generally agree that we should have 2 terms. But we can consider 1 term also. Prolong it a bit, at least you are sure. And if you are a president, you are not worried that you are going to be judged. You do the very things you need to do. Then you leave. You may mess up things for a successor from your own party. So those are some thoughts. Now, we want to promote democracy, social justice, peace, and stability. Amidst a society which is full of ethnic, linguistic, religious, and cultural differences. That is the homework for this meeting here. Any of us can attack these low-hanging fruits, you know, drones, torture, mabati, and what. But I'm assuming that a gathering such as this must deal with the difficult subjects. The other ones are easy. Leave them for other people. They can actually dissect them better than you. Let us answer the question, what electoral system can deal with the challenges of polarization in our society. How long should a president be in office? Do we have 2 terms of a particular limit, or 1 term whose duration we determine, and then the person has to leave? There are 2 ways of dealing with differences. Those of you who are experts in political science know that you can either accommodate, they call it accommodation, or you can decide to blur the differences. Federalism is one answer. The Democratic Party believes in federalism. In Uganda, the debate over federalism has been bastardized by a word called federal, with O, which ends with an O, which is extremely unfair. But since we want everybody to be enthusiastic about this debate, let's talk about devolution, the way it is in Kenya. Kenya created counties, and they have county governors. And the Constitution provides for a particular percentage of the budget that goes to a county. There's a budget which goes to counties. That way, when you have a bad road in your district, you no longer have to curse the son of Kaguta. You now curse your uncle, you curse your mother, because the Constitution will say, this amount, you know, the way it is done for Parliament, you know that Parliament is entitled to, I think, 2% of the budget. You see how powerful the Parliament is? Because its budget is ring-fenced. Walls of concrete. Sometimes the money is so much, Parliament has to be creative on how to finish it. Don't report me. But I will say, they are the ones who told me to say it. Anyway, if we say this percentage of the budget must be devolved to the devolved units, whether you say Sebei is a unit, Bugisu is a unit, Bukedi is a unit, Busoga is a unit, and that amount of money is unconditional, automatically you are going to stop electing these Mickey Mouse characters to make decisions. That is what in science is called a stimuli. You can actually influence behavior indirectly. In our biology labs, they would bring a box which is dark, they put a plant, a seedling, block the other sides, leave one side open. The plant bends automatically where the light is. It was called phototrophism. So through this, the behavior of people will also be changed. So devolution is one way of giving people ownership. You may want ownership to elect, but to elect people to do what? If people know that those we are electing are the ones who are going to determine whether our bridge is actually built, our school is actually built, automatically the quality of people will largely change. I propose that we debate that as a caucus now, who are designing the Constitution. Now, regarding the relationship between Buganda and the rest of Uganda, I would say it is a Uganda question. I've discussed this mainly with the UPCs, because there's no political party that has had to grapple with this issue more than the UPC. That question even divided the UPC. The NRM grappled with it, and they simplified it. They said, We are in the bush. We are going to throw out those who abolished your kingdom. Please join us. And they are there in the north. Simple. But you know, simple solutions catch up with you eventually. And this is what we are now facing. I have been the one complaining about the songs that the NRA used to sing. Sina dola, nyanya. And I said, now, I'm also a citizen of Uganda. I have not killed anybody in Luweero. Now, how can I also be included in it? If there's anybody in Acholi who killed, please sing with his name or his mother's name. So, as the political elite, I also have a message for you. You can't do away with political elites. Some people attack elite consensus, but it is the nucleus around which national consensus can be built. 8 people sat and formed DP. Now we claim it is a national party. They were all Catholics, they were all Baganda. Now we have Muslims, we have Protestants, I'm sure we even have a few witch doctors. They are all saying Egumire. Who are the elites? And I don't mean the pseudo-elites. I mean the real elites who have ideas that transcend their selfish interest. They can eventually become dangerous. In Burma, 30 young men went abroad to study and came back and took charge of the country. They called themselves the 30 comrades. Even in Uganda, we have 27 comrades. Yes. They were elites also. General Mundu was an elite. He wasn't a peasant. Rumor has it that he did his last political science paper and rolled the paper and put it in his back pocket and started looking for where the struggle was. It starts with a commitment to a cause. So the current elites are speaking a language which divides the country. In the same way that the Acholinization of the problems of the leaders from the north is a negative development. West Nilization of Idi Amin's mistakes and atrocities. They West Nilized it to the extent that those actually soldiers who came from Tanzania while marching to the north first forgot that their home was further ahead. They first branched to West Nile to go and commit atrocities. It meant there was a leadership failure. Our elders had to go to meet the communities in West Nile and do a ceremony called the bending of spears to reconcile. Because reconciliation has not yet been owned nationally. So people are doing it as part of communities. Of course, there are those who Gandanized the difference between King Edward Mutesa, Frederick Mutesa, and thereby decided to unleash violence. But they say what goes around comes around. Now, all the problems of the NRM are being Nyankolenized. So even Godby is not safe. Yes. This is the kind of conversation we must have. So you start by Acholinizing and you say, that's okay. Those are people really who, you West Nilize it. Omunubi. Then you Ugandanize. Now you Nyankolenize. We must come face to face with that. So what are my proposals as Norbert Mao, who is in government pursuant to a cooperation agreement, whose goals are stated clearly? Obviously, you need to know that these goals that I stated, a new national consensus, constitutional reform, national reconciliation, those are the goals that we stated. A peaceful presidential transition. Those words are there in the cooperation agreement. I had some journalists making fun of me when the president appeared to distance himself from what I had been saying. But who are you to talk about things discussed by two people? There was nobody else in the middle of that conversation. This is two people. But I can assure you, peaceful presidential transition is something Ugandans want to see. We have never seen it. Burundi has done it. Surely, Burundi. Even in Congo, whose refugees are full in our country, they have managed to do it. Kabila is there on his farm with a long gray beard, and President Tshisekedi is also there in State House. In the words of St. Paul in Galatians, who bewitched us? So, it is important that we state that as a goal. We want to see. And it has nothing to do with preferred party, preferred families, preferred what. This thing of families keep rotating, because if you study cycles of societies, you will really stop being too emotional. Who knew that a son of Ferdinand Marcos would be president of Philippines today? Ferdinand Marcos, son of Imelda, of the thousands of shoes? Because the ordinary people are like those characters in the book called Murder in the Cathedral. They are swung this way, they are swung that way, they swing this way. And really have pity on the ordinary Ugandans, you elites. Because those who wanted to throw out Marcos really created a narrative which built hatred until they discovered that it was all a mirage. They thought it was an oasis that would give them water. It was just a tarmac shining, looking like water. So they have come back. Can you imagine that the son of Muammar Gaddafi is now the most popular politician in Libya? Why? Because the people easily get disenchanted. But our conversation should be about how to keep these building blocks together. Because we are not going to change the borders. Of course, some of us one time thought about it when we proposed the Nile Republic. We have since, we have reconsidered for the time being, so that the glue can be stronger. We cannot afford a Buganda which is sulking. You know, a sulking Buganda is not good for Uganda. And right now, Buganda is sulking. Forget about Noop and the others. We are now talking about a building block of Uganda. We have to address it. And you don't need to address it through Kamocha. You actually make a big mistake if you think that is where you need to address it. So you start by sulking, by disengaging, then you become outrightly opposed, which is what happened in 1981. DP found itself caught in the middle, but we never externalized the contradiction, because you know, many of those who fought in the Luwero bushes were DP. Many of the skulls and bones are DPs. So when I hear some of the NRMs questioning our credentials, in relating to NRM, I say, well, read your history also. So, we had Kaira. He was in the bush. DP formed a fighting group. Dr. Semogere was here opposing Dr. Bote in parliament. But they never quarreled publicly. Unlike in Uganda today, people love quarreling publicly. I don't remember Dr. Semogere ever denouncing Dr. Kaira. And I don't remember Dr. Kaira ever calling Dr. Semogere a traitor on account of going to be sworn in as an MP in a government which ostensibly came into power by rigging its elections according to their records. I think we must manage our contradictions better. Now I'm addressing myself to the so-called opposition. Because externalizing your differences too much can become a problem. I end by thanking you again for giving me a chance to reflect on constitutional design and how the building blocks of Uganda can have a stronger glue, and how we can learn to trust one another, how we can make politics not to be a zero-sum game, how we can deal with the legacy of winner-take-all. We have to cure winner-take-all mentality. We can actually govern together. We can even have a team of rivals in Uganda. But for that to be done, the civil society must not keep quiet. You simply don't have to talk like people in talk shows. Be real civil society. Fight for your real goals. You don't need to talk about who should sleep in State House and so on, but you can still talk about what is he doing there. There's no need to say get out. It's a question of saying this is what I expect of you. I think that's a better way to attack me as a minister, for instance, saying, Minister, this is what we expect of you. What are you doing about this and this and this and so on? I think we will then be able to accommodate all the building blocks, including active volcanoes like Rwenzururu there. That is an active volcano. And we have to sort out that active volcano, because as Mazrui said, every country has a core community. The core community of Uganda is Buganda. I'm not a Muganda. I was brought up by my mother, who was a Muganda. My biological mother was from Isinjiro. So I know a bit about the culture here. So in Germany, the core community was Prussia. You know Prussia. In Britain is England. And nation building is about dealing with the temptation to dominate the rest. That temptation will always be there. We must deal with it. So there may be tendencies in Buganda to dominate Uganda. That is not unique to Uganda. In America, it was Virginia and that area of Virginia. They are the ones who felt like they were, you know, the state of George Washington and all those elites, the 56 who signed the Declaration of Independence. So a constitution tames anybody's temptation to want to dominate. And then you deal with it, because these are historical things. It is the way you have the Catholic Church in the affairs of religion. You know, they have a seat in the UN. Every year there's a motion to eject them, and the motion fails. Because there was a time when the Catholic Church was an empire. It even had an army. They could dethrone you if you are stubborn. Except one man called Henry VIII lost his head and said, okay, I'm now the head of my own church, and it's called the Church of England. Full stop, case closed. So, in a room like this, we must talk like serious intellectuals, compare what Uganda's journey is to how other countries have grappled with the same issue. In Tanzania, they have had to deal with Zanzibar. How do you deal with Zanzibar? So it is not so unique in Uganda. If only we are willing to think outside the box, to listen to one another, we will find that these issues can actually be dealt with. And it is about also being human. One time, 2 buses of Acholi elders went to Luwero to apologize. They said, we are very sorry our children committed atrocities here. Of course, they were condemned. You are rubbish. Well, how do you go and apologize? Were we also not killed? You see, if I apologize to you, it is my choice. I can't force you to apologize to me. But was it not good when now the Katikiro of Buganda went to Gulu to give a speech to remember Daudi Ocheng? Is it not good that Gulu has a street named Ronald Mwenda Mutebi? Though they misspelled it, they put Mwenda. But you can forgive them. The intentions were good. Is it not a good thing? If you go there, you find so many people named Mutesa. They even name women Mutesa, men Mutesa. They just loved that old king. So, elites, let's stop dividing our people. Because otherwise, the country will have problems. We need to find common ground as the elites of Uganda and learn to speak across parties and stop the mentality of untouchability. I can't talk to President Museveni. I can't talk. I tell you, the former presidential candidate of Tanzania, I spoke to him on phone last year, and he told me he had tried to reach President Suluhu after the death of Magufuli, but he could not reach. So I called President Museveni and requested him to take a message to President Suluhu Hassan. Say, you are presidential candidate of the opposition party who gave CCM a hard time and is in exile in Brussels, want to talk to you. So the president called back and said, I've delivered your message. Tell your friend he will get a call. Indeed, he got a call. And a few months later, President Suluhu Hassan was in a hotel room with candidate Tundu Lissu. In Uganda, the day you see Bobby Wine with President Museveni in Washington, D.C. in a hotel, the conversation will just be about, how much money was exchanged, what and what. So can we raise our level of politics a little bit and serve the country? Tundu Lissu does not agree with CCM at all. He has been a thorn in their flesh. And they have also been a thorn in his flesh, literally. They shot him 36 times. 16 bullets entered his body. He still limps, but he could still sit. So, I'm sure Emmanuel Dombo will say, NRM is not President Yoweri Museveni. So engage it at that level also. Because they will take on their own leader. If they are persuaded, they need just to be motivated. So, were you not happy when now Chadema was hosting Suluhu Hassan for Women's Day celebration? The women's wing of the main opposition party in Tanzania hosted the chair of the ruling party in Arusha. Can that happen in Uganda? It cannot. Now when Norbert Mao goes and have an iPod meeting where he's saying, please release those who were arrested during the November riots, how much money did you receive? We can't be involved in tea drinking. What? Elites, please. We must talk to each other because all of us have the capacity to be radical. And if we read, some of us, if we became radical, you will abandon radicalism forever. Because some of us are very, very, very radical. We are just restraining ourselves. So, forgive me for moving all over the place, but let's say this is a conversation about constitutional design, but the design is by human beings. So let's, as the elites, copy from our neighbors also. I believe that when we do that, then we can have conversations that designs for us a better constitution. With those very, very many words, I wish to congratulate you again. I look forward to welcoming a core of you to the ministry, where we have a good boardroom with multimedia equipment, so we continue the conversation. I also hope you can make some suggestions about members of civil society who can be part of the processes when we are constituting the Constitutional Review Commission. Believe me, I'm not bent on flooding the commission with my cronies and friends. That's not what I intend to do. I want all people, churches, traditional institutions, to be represented, because they are going to make a constitution not for me, but for Uganda. I wish to belatedly declare this conversation officially open for God and my country. Thank you very much.
I now have the task to speak after such a great orator, so please do not measure me against him. But I will ask you, like Chris has been asking people, to please again clap for Honorable Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Our time is far spent, so I will ask my panelists to make their way to the front. So Honorable Alice Alaso from the Alliance for National Transformation. A round of applause for her as she makes her way to the front. Dr. Businje Kabumba. A round of applause for him, scholar from Makerere University. Mr. Kamadi Bonabye, who is from the Uganda Human Rights Commission. And Shamim Nambasa, who is the former guild president of the Makerere University. Honorable Mao gave us a story of David and Goliath, and I remembered a remark from my dad who asked me, what would have happened if the stone had missed Goliath? I hope that what we discussed today doesn't miss Goliath, because if it does, we're in trouble. And if we're in trouble, I am not going to sit with our panelists today so that the bail application can be argued without me in it. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to try in the next few minutes to try and digest what electoral reforms would be required to create a political contestation that's fair, free, and credible. But I liked the way NGO Forum worded this panel. They were political about it, so they asked me to ask you guys what key reforms are required to improve Uganda's political environment. And that's I think, larger than electoral reforms. But I want us to start with Honorable Alice Alaso, because of all of us, you're the one that has come from an election a few months back, but also you're the one from the Alliance for National Transformation. We often say that, political parties that aren't radical are capable of political contestation without violence, and yet we saw in Serere a political party like Alliance for National Transformation, which isn't radical, which doesn't have the frontline activists leading protests, engaging in a peaceful election in Serere, and your members were still arrested and detained. I think some of them were members of your campaign team. The result was contested in the way in which it was prepared. So maybe we'll start with you, Honorable Alice Alaso. If you could diagnose for us the problem, starting with your Serere by-election itself, what do you think sits at the heart of the electoral problems in Uganda?
Thank you very much, Raymond, and all of you very distinguished participants. Thank you for inviting me here. I actually came here when I was already very mixed up emotionally, and it has not been helped by the comments I have had here, even when they were very, very nice speeches. First, I thought that the NGO Forum in convening this meeting was making very wrong assumptions that you can strengthen engagement of citizens in a country where there is no space for citizens to engage anymore in elections. So that one already made me agitated. I came here very agitated because we were pretending that we have room, we have elections, we have laws that are respected, that we have a people, a government or enforcers that are willing to respect the legal regime that governs elections. And I thought, this is terrible. Which part of the country are these people operating from? And which part of the country am I operating from? And that did not even, so then again I listened to the Honorable Mao. I was his campaign manager when he was campaigning for guild president in Makerere. So I admire him through and through. And he taught me parliamentary work. And so, but then he seemed to be telling me, if my tooth is paining, it is not so bad. Keep the tooth to small things there. Think about the big head. It must pain like the head, not like the tooth. So Raymond, what you are asking me is actually, now I am even more, I've been thrown off balance by both the notion, the arguments, the assumptions in this discussion that you can add another law on top of the pre-existing laws where people are not willing to respect them, and then that will create an atmosphere where citizens will engage. So that one threw me off balance already. Now I am even being told to pretend that it doesn't hurt what happens out there. So I find it really, really difficult. But having said that, first I think the area to pay attention to is the political situation in the country. I am not very willing to come here and engage in an academic exercise, even when I am looking forward to listening to Dr. Kabumba's law class, which I kept missing over years. But really, the political situation in the country is that we are operating in a country, realistically, you want it or you don't want, even if you want to say it's a talk show matter, we are operating in a country which has every tendency towards a failing state. If you believe it, you believe it. If you don't believe it, you don't believe it. In which country do you find soldiers, policemen, who are supposed to protect people, putting them all at gunpoint, caning them? You cane a citizen of a country. We've always argued here in many fora that you go tell people about their civic rights so they should come out and vote. Now they come out and vote and they get beaten in a polling station. So we are in a country, the political situation here does not allow us even to talk about other laws, because even the present laws are not being respected. That for me is my first thought. The second one is the character of those that are in leadership. Godber talked about the state capture. Let me tell you, it is not only just state capture by people who are sane. We are talking about state capture by people of no character, by thugs, by shameless individuals. I was in Serere and I watched the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. The man almost entered the ground. He couldn't stand the nonsense, the mayhem that was being done in Serere. And I was there with the colleagues whom I had previously worked with, the Honorable Dombos, the Who's from the NRM. You know, they look at what is happening, they still smile at you, they still hug you, and you ask yourself, so who is in charge? So you ask yourself, who is in charge? Of what character are these human beings? And that's why at the ANT, we keep talking about values-based leadership. Men and women who have something to lose if they do something wrong. Where are they in this country? You can have all these building blocks the Honorable Mao talked about. You can have all those aspects of proportional representation or whatever it is. But who are the real characters you're going to bring to play in the leadership of this country? When you have I'm sorry, I'm going to be mentioning a few names. I was at the Electoral Commission doing complaints, as you people love to listen. We complain to you and you don't do anything, but you write them down. So I was there, I was there bringing complaint after complaint. And I saw the chairman Electoral Commission of NRM. He's a doctor, a PhD, of those ones who have read many books, Dr. Doi, that one. And the way he came shouting at the Electoral Commission staff, I looked at the Electoral Commission staff and I listened to this man and I wondered who was in charge of elections. That is why, okay, goodbye, I agree with you fully. The Electoral Commission needs to be liberated or to be delivered from the hands of the people who have captured them. So, talking about how do we go forward from here, maybe we really need to first address our political environment. Is it the one for electoral reforms, another law? Secondly, who are the actors? Do they have the right character? Let me tell you, for as long as we are going to have thieves in charge, even if you put in another law, you're not going to realize anything positive. So maybe we need to begin grooming people who have something to lose, who feel passionate about this country, and then position them in places of responsibility. One of the things I saw in Serere, we found ourselves caught between two forces. One, I was contesting against the regime, the state machinery. But also I was contesting against the Electoral Commission, because the Electoral Commission was supposed to manage the election for all of us, but was managing it for a particular candidate. So by 6 o'clock, 6:30, your polling stations had opened. By 10 o'clock, DR forms had been signed. Now you ask yourself, in whose favor? Certainly it was not in my favor, because I didn't have the ability to bribe the Electoral Commission to do all that for me. So in Serere, I was the only one still hoping that electoral laws apply. They don't apply anymore. Then thirdly, this is not the first time we are doing this thing. So maybe I should be asking, because we do it always towards the next election. We talk, we compile a booklet, then it is carried to Parliament, then people pick out one thing. I recall that the last time, the only amendment that was accepted from civil society was to try to tag the word independent on the Electoral Commission. The rest of it was discarded. So what guarantees do you now have that we will really have the reforms picked up this time around? Or are we engaging in an exercise in futility? Finally, maybe to bring my comments to an end, it would look like something outrageous. But just yesterday I was in a meeting with the people of Serere. And they told me, but in their way, you know, very, very innocently, I think, but with a lot of insight, they said, but why doesn't government appoint members of Parliament so that the one they appoint, we work with that one? Why do they waste taxpayers' money? Why do they waste our time? Why do they allow us to invest our emotions? And then we get the type of member of Parliament that they want, forced on us. I don't want to make this a Serere discussion, but this is a very serious matter. There are no more credible elections there, and there is nobody who is trusted to take custody of electoral processes in Uganda to deliver an outcome that will engage the citizens. Maybe you join me in praying for divine intervention.
our neighbors in Kenya are praying. I don't think it's working. But thank you so much, Honorable Ali Salaso. And I will adopt what the Honorable Norbert Mao called the zebra formation. So have a man and a woman speak in different variations. Mr. Kamadi, I want to come to you because a lot of what you hear on the contestations of our electoral process are human rights concerns. Whether it's missing persons, kidnapped persons, beaten up persons at polling stations, all of these relate really to the human rights concerns that have been arisen out of electoral petitions. What is it that the Human Rights Commission sees as the human rights problem in Uganda's election? And what is it that you propose as a solution to fixing that human rights problem in our elections?
Thank you very much, moderator, the Honorable Minister, and all protocol observed. I must admit I had come here to present a certain narrative, but listening to Godba and the Honorable Minister, I think I should not be in a talk show. I prefer not to go to the lower chamber as it has been described here. The discussion at hand, in my view, you see, elections are a process and not an event. When you look at Article 59 of our Constitution, you see the right to vote. But there are prerequisites for the right to vote to actually count. And in my view, this may account for even 90%, if not 95%. If you don't have free media, freedom of information, freedom of association, freedom of expression, right to assemble, all this is an enabling environment. They are prerequisites for the right to vote to actually happen. Now, in the context of this discussion, I wouldn't want to say we need reforms. I think we need behavioral change for starters, in view of what you have asked. And beyond that, we need to employ what we call the human rights-based approach to elections. If you are doing farming, call it a human rights-based approach to farming. If you are considering development, call it the human rights-based approach to development. If you are planning, call it the human rights-based approach to planning. But I'm saying we need a human rights-based approach to elections. And this approach resonates well with the process, because the process is as good as the outcome. If you get it wrong in the process, then certainly 59 will not count. And that is the mistake sometimes we make, to look at the D-Day. Therefore, all these challenges we see, we need to do some behavioral change. And it starts with all the actors in the process. And for now, I've said, having listened to the Honorable Minister and Godba, I thought of focusing on this, not explaining how one is arrested, who has which right. All these ones are known and they are provided before we know them. We need behavioral change by the actors. We need implementation, even of the existing laws. For instance, how do you explain any candidate going to for a radio talk show and then somebody stops him or her? Somebody has a receipt, has paid for private airtime on a private radio, then a certain RDC says, we shall not allow you to campaign from here. Do you need some legal reforms in order for that to be actualized? We need a human rights heart. There is a scholar called Urban Johnson, has said in as much as possible, we should employ a human rights heart in what we do. And that calls for a behavioral change. But more broadly, the right to self-determination. citizens should understand that they have to take decisions on the affairs that affect them, politically, economically, socially, culturally. And it is no surprise that there is what we call Common Article 1 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. It talks about the right to self-determination. So in our political environment, in constitutional reforms, my view is we need to employ a human rights-based approach in constitutional making. I'm happy the Honorable Minister has just talked about all shades of people being brought on board in the constitution-making process. We need a human rights-based approach where people will know that participation is key. Whether you are from the ghetto, whether you are from the nobility, whether you are from the street, participation which is free, active, and meaningful. That way, people's voices will be heard. And you know human rights are guaranteed by the law, are protected by the law and guaranteed by the state. So, it's no surprise that we have the Bill of Rights in our Constitution, Chapter 4, but how it is designed and then later implemented is very, very important. So, participation would be very, very key to address the challenges we face in our politics, the challenges we face in elections. Then talk about equality and non-discrimination. It has been articulated, although in different words, but this is very, very important, and it is a principle of the human rights-based approach. Other than participation, you need to pay special focus on equality and non-discrimination. The ethnicities that have been talked about here are real. Yesterday, I come from a district which has these people called Abafuruki. And we have a district forum. Listening to this morning's debate, I remembered what was posted yesterday. There is a younger man who happens to be, permit me to use the word Mufuruki, not in a derogatory manner, but the way it is known. He was sworn in a certain government office in Kampala here yesterday, but his name is Kiari Kunda. Now, one of my district people, who also happens to be a PhD holder, like Honorable Alaso was talking about a PhD earlier on, posted and congratulated him. People were sending in congratulatory messages. And this one congratulated him and said, congratulations Kiari Kunda, which equals to Kiari Gonza. Now, my quick take was, is this equivalent necessary? Implying his proper name should have been Kiari Gonza, as opposed to Kiari Kunda. That might sound a small thing, but very, very pertinent on matters we are talking about. Equality and non-discrimination. Discrimination on the basis of tribe, religion, social status, name it. Once those are articulated in the constitution-making process, then the process is as good as the outcome. So we need to focus on understanding these rights, but if we are to amend the Constitution, we need to employ a human rights-based approach seriously and then act towards implementing the already existing provisions by way of behavioral change by a number of actors. I thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to get back to you, and I think that you should prepare to tell me which people need to change their behavior, because we need to point them out very specifically. But I'll come to you, Shamim. You represent young people on this panel, but you also have taken part in an election in a place like Mackay University, where the collegiates are determined, the electorate is determined, and yet an election like that still becomes militarized. We still see people getting arrested. More recently, the university has kicked political parties out of election cycles. If you were to speak directly to an electoral reform, what kind of electoral reforms would you want to see that represent themselves at a national level, that also represent themselves to young people?
Thank you so much. Good morning to all of us. My name is Shamim Nambasa. I've been the guild president of Makerere University, and at the same time, I'm an intern pharmacist. Basically, for me, having run for guild presidency to start with, there was still militarization. There was still involvement of military, but then most importantly, there is also monetization. That we are in a society where people are being bought off, that money has now gone beyond just at the national level, but it's now even among the young people. But if we're also to look at the population of Uganda, for example, it's basically we the young people. But then what state are we in as the young people? And that's when I come to Godbar's point. It's about the economy. That personally I've gotten out of the university, but I'm not working, I'm unemployed. But then we also have another group of the young people that actually don't have hope of getting jobs. So that places us in a situation where even if someone is given an offer of 10,000 shillings, they're going to be compromised. That while I believe that this is the right leader, but then this is the one who has given me something to eat for this day. And the regime has now gone beyond just buying people. We're even now buying political parties. So with time, we are going to find ourselves buying organizations, and you're saying I bought this organization to support me. So first and foremost, I think would refer to the reforms that were suggested, or the recommendations, when we had the Mama Mbabas versus President Museveni case. And there was an issue of financial donations, that we are in a situation where we suggest that they actually prohibit the giving out of these donations. We've seen, yes, it is okay that the Constitution allows me to mobilize, to fundraise, but then to what extent do you now start to give out? And it becomes much bigger that we have an existing president who is running and is in charge of the state treasury. So at any one point, we don't know whether the money he's giving out is his own, or rather, it is actually part of the state treasury. So personally, I think we would go back to those recommendations and look out at these recommendations. Which ones are we going to consider? Talking about militarization, it is something that has become bigger. And just the other day, I saw the chairperson of the Uganda Human Rights Commission saying, NUP was saying they had a lot of people who are tortured and who have been abducted, but there are only 27. Since when do we have a limit of which number of people have to have their rights exercised? You can't come out and tell us that there are only this number, there are only 20. Even if it was just one person, these people have rights. And so at what point will you now start to say that actually there are now many people that have been abducted? You can't say there are only 27. So for me, if it comes to a point of militarization, you find people being beaten up. If someone followed the elections of the convocation, the recently concluded convocation elections, we had videos of military carrying out people out of the, the CTF, the auditorium. People were beaten up, people were arrested. And this is just a university election. People are running to be members of the university council. But then even in a much bigger picture, even in my own campaign, that was just a guild presidential campaign, I was also arrested at a rally. We have seen people being beaten up, but even still, the young people that were arrested during the November riots, they are young people. So when I sit here, I speak on behalf of those people. I represent those people. And most importantly, if we are to look at reforms, we have to see to what extent is the military going to be involved in these elections. That we are seeing armored cars, we are seeing the military, we are seeing the army moving around just before the elections. So people are in fear. People are saying, let me leave. I'm leaving Kampala. I'm running to the village because that is where they feel safe. But I think we need to move away from that and come towards to what extent does the military involve in these elections. And as I conclude, I want to say that I believe that the law is not the problem of Uganda right now. We have all these constitutional amendments. We have all these constitutional reforms. We have suggestions. We have brought all this. But most importantly, it comes to implementation. That while you say that we have an independent electoral commission, but then how is his security guaranteed? That tomorrow when he comes and says, His Excellency, the President is now so and so, the other one didn't go through, where is his family left? So it is a question of integrity. But then most importantly, someone is going to say that the parliament is going to approve, but we are voting comedians into parliament, and they are approving engineers who we don't know to what extent they're going to exercise their integrity. So if it comes to the independence of the Electoral Commission, I think it is time we look forward. We went to the other countries, and so what do they do? How do they ensure the security of their Electoral Commission? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. No offense to Uncle Mo, comedians are entitled to political participation in Uganda, but I think that the point has been made. Dr. Kabumba, I want to come to you. There seems to have been consensus from Mr. Kamjisha to Godbar to Norbert Mao that we need some form of constitutional reform, that we need a new constitution. You've written extensively about militarism in our politics. You've also written extensively about the comparative review of presidential elections and election petitions. Someone imagines that a new constitution will create a new Uganda, but we've tried this in 1962, 66, we've tried it in 70s with military decrees. And 1995 was our glorious moment that, you know, eventually this constitution will produce something. But you hear the consensus in the room that that constitution doesn't seem to be standing the test of time. So I want to ask you first as a scholar, is this magical constitution that we're being asked to consider, is it the gateway to a proper election, to a proper sovereignty of the citizens on who should govern them?
I was given the one mic that doesn't work.
It's okay.
Thank you very much, Raymond. It's been a very interesting morning listening to everyone. It seems people with PhDs have earned themselves a bad name, and I hope I don't extend that tradition today. But we have been invited to be frank, to be candid, and I'll try to do that in the spirit of the discussion today. We've heard about self-determination. In the very few minutes I have, let me suggest that we should be thinking about precisely what has been discussed today. I think Godber talked about a minimum consensus, or a minimum package under the Constitution. We were told about building blocks. And at the risk of annoying my neighbor, who said she's already agitated, I do believe that that is a useful conversation to have. Because it's true that this Uganda we have is a fiction. It's just a fact of the matter. I think Shamim talked about running away during electoral times. For the first time in my life, I ran away in the last election, the last presidential election. I did not feel safe in Kampala. There was something in the air. There was an air where I think Honorable Minister has called it Nyankolalization now. I did not feel safe in this Uganda, in this Kampala. So I took my family to the place I felt I and they would be safe. And you can guess where I went. You can guess. Everyone in this room knows where I went. To Bushenye, well, in that case, Igongo. We went, and in that moment, we were really internally displaced persons. Because I preferred to watch the elections, the results on TV. I didn't want to be among the statistics of those who are caught up in electoral violence. You know, God forbid, much worse, even the children. So at some point, we have to ask ourselves, this project of Uganda has stalled. If it ever moved. It has stalled. It's at a very critical juncture. And again, I take the point about not using hyperbole and avoiding the talk show language or incendiary language. But I think the truth of the matter is that we're at a very critical juncture, and it won't be fair for us to pretend otherwise. We are at a crisis, and I don't use that word loosely or recklessly or carelessly. We are at a crisis. I remember sometime in 2007, there was a time when Kenya was very confident in its stability. And then 2008 happened. And in 2009, 2010, the conversation in Uganda became, can a Kenya happen in Uganda? How strange it was for Kenyans and Ugandans that somehow suddenly the island of stability in the East African region was now being used, their name was being used as a metaphor for violence. If a Kenya could happen, how many more Ugandas can happen again? Or Rwandas can happen in Uganda? We've already had our share of trauma, of violence, and some of these episodes have been talked about. But of course, we haven't yet had the major one, right? The fear of the G word, the major fear of a Rwanda. It hasn't yet happened, but it could and it might happen. Unless, of course, we seriously as a people, I think someone once said, we must learn to live together or perish together as fools. I think it has come to a moment where those building blocks, the societies within this artificial colonial entity must contend with how to live together within this border. So to go to your question, Raymond, is the 1995 Constitution a magic window? It might not be, precisely because, again, going back to the metaphor of architecture, it might have been a castle built in a wetland. In fact, it is our national crisis that we have never, in fact, had a constitution that truly reflected the will of Ugandans. 62 was imposed. It was negotiated in Marlborough and Lancaster, and that was the design all over the colonial world. So I cross out 62. 66 was imposed. You know the history. In the midst of guns and smoke. 67, and I know our colleagues from UPC here may have a different reading, I suggest to you was also imposed through a kind of consult. But how can you consult people who are sulking? How can you consult people whose king is in exile? How can you consult people who are in bondage and captive? So again, I suggest that 67 itself was also not really a constitution. And then you had, of course, 71, 79, 80, 81, and then we come to 86, legal notice number 1. And then eventually, 1995. 1995 looks like it was the moment that we have, and again, Godber says, yes, it might be the thing. But really, and if I may just have about 2 minutes to go into this, really 1995 is not what it says it is. Because the deal in 86 was a transition, right? It was this arrangement we're in that has lasted a whole range of decades, was supposed to last for 3 or 4 years. When the transition was imminent, there was an appointment of a constitutional commission. And somehow, in that trade-off, it was that, look, that we cannot hand over power now because we now have the task of building a constitution. So the constitution-making process became the subterfuge for hanging onto power and avoiding the transition. And that's why, again, uniquely all over the world, we had one of the longest constitution-making processes from 1988 to 1995. So already the length was problematic, but the process also was problematic. And people have written about this, but the truth of the matter was that the entire assembly, the entire commission was made up to every person had a link to NRM. Each and every person. And even when we came to the elections, those of you in this room that are older than me, you know what happened. It was a day. You are given a day for the elections, and it was in the presence. So in other words, again, electing within a context of not really representative or real and true and fair elections. So from that process, you then have a document that looks like a constitution. It sounds like it, walks like one, talks like one. But really, again, I suggest to you, and this sounds strange, really, in fact, for all intents and purposes, was a compact very much like 1962. For all intents and purposes, 1995 was Museveni's, or is Museveni's, constitution. The search that we have up to now is the search that is in Odoki's book, The Search for National Consensus. I suggest that we are still searching for a national consensus. Raymond, I see you're itching, but I know I may not get a chance again. So just give me about 2-3 minutes, and then I can even keep quiet afterwards. So that really our task in this moment of crisis is to go back to those building blocks, have a conversation about that. And I suggest to you that one of the routes forward, one of the questions of design forward is federalism. so that everyone manages themselves. Whether you call it federalism, devolution, every region, and the question can be, how do you define the regions? Every society, all conglomerate societies get to manage themselves and get to mismanage, because we shall mismanage ourselves, but we get to mismanage ourselves. But somehow it seems it's easier to swallow mismanagement when it's your person. Then it cannot graduate to genocide. In other words, I suggest to you that the way forward for Uganda is federalism, so that we achieve the right to bad governance, the right to mismanage ourselves collectively, and perhaps that may be the path for peace forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kabumba. And you invite us to do something that Honorable Norbert Mao also asked us to consider, federalism, or in simple terms, elite capture. Honorable Ali Salaso, I want to come to you because you lead a political party, and I want to ask you if this is something that you would consider openly for a national conversation. Would you be open to a conversation that leads Uganda to a federal status or a devolved status, knowing very well that other African countries, Nigeria, Kenya, have tried the devolution method, tried federalism, and they still have the same contestations over the elections like we have here?
Thank you very much, Raymond. Yes, at the ANT we are very open to all manner of conversation, all manner of dialogue concerning this country. What still confronts us is believing that the key people to dialogue with are going to be open to the outcomes of any dialogue, and that they are going to see it through. So, assuming we sit here and say, okay, let's talk about devolution at that level, what guarantees do we have that we will realize the actual devolution? Who is going to implement these things we are agreeing upon? For us, that's the major dilemma that we have. I keep thinking that the key to unlocking the greed that Uganda is caught up in is still in the hands of President Museveni. To save this nation or to watch it implode, to undo totally his legacy, and to watch the final fallout, including that, what they call it, Nyang colonization? Yeah, whatever they call it. He still has room, because he still has the breath of God within him, to let this country begin talking and navigating out of the deep mess that their state capture has taken the country. But as for talking, Raymond, we are very open to it.
All right. Dr. Kamadi, Mr. Kamadi, I don't want to put you in the crisis that professors are in today. You mentioned in your opening remarks that some actors need to have some level of reform on the way they act, behavioral change in the way that they act. And maybe if I could put it to you more honestly and openly, one of those actors is the security infrastructure of our country. All presidential election petitions in Uganda have always consensus agreed that the presence of our security in the electoral process has undermined the credibility of the election. What is it that you would like to see as behavioral change in the security structure? And is that behavioral change actually possible from a security infrastructure that's tied nook and cranny to our political structure?
It is actually possible. It is simple. You see, life is what you make it. Behavioral change is about acting professionally. We have had the leaders at various levels in this country and elsewhere globally. You hear, let me use a small example of a school. You hear a certain school X fighting that this headmaster should not be transferred because of how he manages affairs. Then you hear another school petitioning, we need this headmaster transferred. That is the behavioral change I'm talking about. You don't need a magic bullet. You don't need a special book. It's about understanding the regulations, the existing framework, and do exactly what is required of you. Even these security agencies you are quoting, agents, it's not that all of them are bad people. There are those you see that they are actually very good and you'd want to associate with them, much as some are not good. Therefore, it's about reflecting, acting maturely, and playing to the games without fear or favor. It is doable. But beyond that, you may forgive some of them who may not be exposed to what is required of them. We have gone ahead to do capacity building and sensitization. That one for sure it is okay. But by and large, it is about what you choose to do. That's why I have used the simple example of a head teacher of a school who is revered, and another one, people don't want to hear about him or her. So it is doable.
But Mr. Kamadi, if I could stay with you, you know, it's not just a UPDF problem. The King's African Rifles were some of the best trained soldiers on the African continent. They formed the Ugandan army. In 1966, they are the ones that marched and shot at the palace of King Freddy. What is it about this behavior change? The SFC is the best trained force in Uganda. They are the ones that marched to parliament and beat up members of parliament. And a whole constitutional court said, maybe they beat you up, but the discussions continued and they produced an outcome. What is it about this behavioral change that can't be achieved despite training, despite human rights manuals, despite constitutions?
I like the analogy comprehensively dwelt on by the Honorable Minister this morning. We need to liberate our minds and know and understand what is the cause and what you want to do, and we don't rush. I'm not a security expert, but my interaction with security people for some time, command is very, very important. And let me say genuine command, because I may command you before the cameras to do something, and behind the curtains I say disregard my instructions. But genuine command is very, very important. Look at it from the perspective of what was talked about, having a lower chamber and upper chamber, for instance, in a parliament. Now, even in this regard, if you have 5 commanders who give genuine instructions, the chances are the troops may not commit mistakes. So we may need to invest more in command, irrespective of the thousands of graduates you have or any caliber of security people at play. So it is work in progress, but we need to impress it upon those who are responsible. But in my view, command is very, very important. If you are to deal with the commanders at all levels, those who give instructions, those who are listened to. By the way, being in command is beyond giving instructions, because even uniform is a symbol of authority, or the stars you have. So being listened to and respected in terms of what you say, in terms of how you conduct yourself, is very, very important.
All right, Shamim, if I could come to you before I open it up to the public. The question of young people in our constitutional reform, and this is something I'd love the Honorable Norbert Mao to listen to. Many young people in Uganda today have been handed the economy that was created by the 1995 Constitution. We've been handed the dysfunction created by that political culture too. Are young people comfortable having an elite consensus amongst the same people to generate a new constitution that will live with us for the rest of our days?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think as the young people, we benefit the most out of this. That we want to see change, but for what? Change in which direction? Because everyone has advocated for change, but we want to see positive change. And most importantly, if it's about who is going to be comfortable with these conversations and who is going to be uncomfortable, I think that is a question for all of us to answer. That we see whatever is happening today is being done because it is going to serve particular interests. But they are not for we, the young people. we know that these interests are for the people that want to keep themselves in those very offices. So as the young people, would be open to these conversations, but we want the other parties to also be ready to have these uncomfortable conversations. That if we are going to talk about term limits, if we are going to talk about the Electoral Commission being independent, if we are going to talk about the demilitarization of these elections, are you comfortable with having those conversations? Are you ready to see these reforms actually being put into place? So most importantly for we the young people, it is address the issue. That at the end of the day, as we are looking at bringing in all these reforms, we know that it is because whatever is happening is because they want to keep some very person in their particular positions, that everyone is looking at where they are going to benefit from. So I would say as a lawyer, let us not, sorry, as a doctor, let us not treat diarrhea by closing the anus. Let us open it up and manage the root cause of this diarrhea. Thank you very much.
That's a very graphic description. But Dr. Kabumba, and I'm coming back to you because I realize there's a question that needs to be addressed. The federalism question. Honorable Norbert Mao said the integration of Buganda into Uganda. It's something that Godba also mentioned in his presentation. What would that look like? What would the definition of Buganda in a modern Uganda look like? Some of us, for example, own land in Buganda. We aren't ethnically Baganda. Some people are married to Baganda. They aren't ethnically Baganda. What would a federalism of integrating Buganda into Uganda look like? How would we define Buganda in any case?
Okay, so it's normally, those are part of the difficulties. And others are going to come. If you look at the constitutional litigation between 1962 and 66, a lot of it was about revenue sharing. Attorney General versus Katikkiro of Buganda, about money. So questions about citizenship within devolved or federal societies will be important ones. But I really have no fear in that sense because, first of all, strictly speaking, again, this may be quite radical, but strictly speaking, a kingdom like Buganda was a state. It ticks off all the 4 conditions under the 1933 Montevideo Convention and the rights and duties of states, the international law that defines states. Permanent population, defined territory, effective government, and the capacity to enter into treaties. For all intents and purposes, it's a bigger, in terms of population, it's bigger, it's longer in terms of history than a number of countries today, like Rwanda or Burundi, no offense. So really what you're talking about is a well-defined polity with a long tradition and clear structures that actually has a tradition of incorporation and assimilation. So federalism is not inconsistent with, in other contexts they talk about settled rights. So federalism is not inconsistent with citizenship in Uganda. You can be Raymond Mujuni with land in Buganda. So you can actually agree that these are the powers that a federal state would have, maybe control over the revenue. They might not have control over external defense, for instance. So there are formulas. So in other words, the questions we have are many. Today, part of the questions that have been mentioned, part of the homework we have as Uganda, the northern question has been mentioned, the military question has been mentioned, but there are so many others. There's the question of land that you raise. There's the question of religion, in particular the Muslim factor, but one of many. There's the question of the Asian minority and how to contend with that. And there's so many other questions that we have historically and others emerging. But the route forward is not to run away from them. It may even be that we deal with them sequentially, that you deal with the most pressing. And it seems to me that the most pressing problem or question that we have is a question of ethnicity, for lack of a better term. But really it's a question of states within Uganda that have not quite articulated their national, their autonomy, their self-determination, who don't feel heard, understood, recognized within this Uganda here. And it's that we must deal with first and I think urgently, and then in that context, move on slowly to quite a number of the others. So there are fears, yes, but those fears are not insurmountable, I think.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor. I want to open this up to the public so that we can have a conversation. So please, if you raise your hands, if you have a comment or question to make, I will ask that you be civil with your comment and question. If you need to throw a shoe, please throw it after we've left the room. So do we have a microphone? I think we'll start here at the table, and then we'll come to religious leader. And then we'll get back to Simon. Yes. Oh, I forgot to add, please also introduce yourself so that we can know who's asking.
My name is Joseph Ochieno of the Uganda People's Congress. I'm delighted to be here. It's a conversation that if we're contributing to the funds, I would have suggested that perhaps it's an all-day event because it's extremely important. I told the organizers that it would possibly have been much better to ensure that political parties were critically much more representative, but we're here. We know Alice represents our views broadly there, but I'm delighted that there is a PhD holder who has played the role for objectivity that all of us have been asking, hence some of the context of the 1995 Constitution. But because of the question of time, and although I have the relative privilege of holding that representative position as a party leader, quick observations. I'm actually very sad that we are having this conversation in 2023, considering the fact that NRA primarily went to the bush in 1981, primarily focusing on the alleged claim that the elections had been rigged. To date, they haven't provided evidence. And they went on to suggest that obviously the Electoral Commission was impartial. Simon, my good friend, is not here. But of course, there's a representative. So I think it's rather sad. But I think, as I said, Dr. Kabumba has quite clearly stated it, that the Constitution from where we are starting is actually an NRA document. And as you guys who know me speaking, I always call it 1995 NRA Constitution. It is actually an NRA document as contextually presented. How though, which is very important going back to the independence processes of 1962, we go through a constitutional review that genuinely, hopefully for the first time since independence, brings a national consensus. Part of my biggest criticism of the 1995 NRA Constitution was, it's the only constitution in the world I know which was promulgated when political parties had been banned. And I'm actually quite surprised that of all the speakers, nobody had mentioned the fact that there's a very obnoxious Article 269 of that Constitution. I've had a conversation with young lawyers and with the teacher who actually rarely refer to that article specifically barred political party operations. And I've told my friends in the civil society organizations and others that anybody who praises the 1995 NRA Constitution as a game changer and but does not recognize that parties had been banned and had to take UPC to court. I mean, we sued these guys from 1989 until really 2004 when we defeated them in court. And that is how, of course, the referendum that we said it was basically a wasted process came up. Granted, sort of here is where we are. Quick observations though. No, but I'm quite pleased by your submissions today. And I would definitely wish you spoke for Mr. Museveni. The truth is that you actually shook me and persuaded me even closer to you, my brother, on these matters. You know, I'm fundamentally UPC. I'm fundamentally opposed to NRA. I'm quite concerned by some of my colleagues' engagements with the regime. Yours is very clear because you made an agreement. My brother Jimmy is a different position. I don't want to have a conversation over it clearly here, but we know it's not your kind of arrangement. You know, I regard you very highly, and if you give me one extra minute. No, but actually we met in London in 1995, and maybe you don't remember that when we're critiquing the 1995 Constitution, and I wrote this big document from Obote, I was reading it, and he told us, don't call us quizzlings. We might be your Trojan horses. That sort of hounds me, and today I'm just wondering, is Norbert at that kind of stage? If that were the spirit, and if we had partnership with Mr. Museveni, this is precisely where we want to be. I want to tell you guys that in 2002, I went to the African National Congress as part of a core conversation about the possibility of National Truth and Reconciliation Commission in this country. And that was a year after, while you guys were battling the Northern Question, which people call Kony War, and I call it NRA War, I was the lead officer, and Ugandans don't give some of us credit for that, myself and Obote, compelling Mr. Museveni's friends to tell him to make sure that he talks to these guys. In 2001, after the so-called war on terror thing, I got worried that I might actually be held by going to the American embassy to have this conversation with senior American officials. So that was good. But we're doing that because we're saying that there is need for a national dialogue, a national consensus. But in this country, we do not have a partner because Museveni does not believe in pluralism. That is part of the problem. We need to deal with it openly. You know, so as to conclude, to go in very, very quickly, to conclude, I just want to say this, that the other point is you raised about the cracks of the foundation. Very important. I actually think we should have an open conversation about the cracks of the foundation. It does not start in 1962. The 1962 Constitution actually was a consensus, genuinely by Uganda's political parties, genuinely by the territories and kingdoms, genuinely supervised, granted by the British, but it was actually a national constitution. That's sort of the nearest. But how do we go back to the question, the national question, in which a professor of history, Kenneth Ingham, told me that he told Obote in 1963, their proposal, I don't know what it was, about the national question. And Obote told him that, Kenneth, you guys will go back to Britain, but for us, we'll remain here. So we need to find a way in which to work together as Ugandans. So I totally insist that we need to find a way. And for the first time, I'm getting persuaded, now this is recommendations, towards the proportional representation issue. Because actually, if there was PR, I would have been in Parliament in 2006. You know, so there's a selfish interest there. But looking at the British system and how it has worked amidst all the challenges, I think it's a possibility, something that we need to investigate. I'll go back to some of my own colleagues within the party and to see how best we can make a net contribution to the process of proportional representation. And you're absolutely right, the question of regional parliaments, regional assemblies, call it anything. I think in Uganda, when you talk about federalism, people think Buganda separatism. You know, without prejudice, that seems to be the issue. To the extent, therefore, that when we talk about 1966, people simplistically make it an Obote, UPC, Kabaka, Mutesa thing, without understanding that actually in one way or another, in 1966, either the matter was dealt with in a particular way, one way or another, or possibly would have had two different separate states. And to that extent, I want to say this, that it is not necessarily true that the army went. It is the case that the army went after the police went and the matter got out of hand. But this is a conversation we can have.
Joseph, I want you to remain with the microphone for one more minute because I have to press you on this question. Yeah. Your party, the UPC, was involved in the making of our first constitution, the 1962 constitution, which you obliterated in 1967, gave us a pigeonhole constitution, and ruled by that. So when you try to define, quote unquote, what a national constitution should look like, what a national dialogue should look like, how do you envision, as UPC, the party, how do you envision a national dialogue to look like? And also, are you willing for people to mistrust you in that process? Because we've seen the UPC as an institution before with two constitutions of Uganda, and that mistrust is inherent in the actions that the party carried out whilst it was in power.
No, I think UPC is the future. UPC's ideals are the future of this country. And that's a fact. And to the extent particularly that nobody talks about politics played in the left and in the right, and if I can help here, you know, so it is about oscillating between the right of polity to the left of polity. UPC is the mainstream center-led political thinking party for the future. And actually, after the mess of NRA in 37 years, really we need some sense of UPC values to push this forward. But really to contextualize your question, we have no objection. You cannot take 1966 Constitution in isolation of what Mengo was doing. You cannot take 1966, 1967 Constitution in isolation of the fact that Mengo was fully armed and ready for war with the central government. Mengo cannot attempt that today under this NRA. You see what I'm saying? But no, I'm saying where we are at the moment, there's a wasted opportunity, a lost opportunity, particularly because Museveni had some arrangement with Mengo in the 80s, that they could really have come out with a position. But UPC, we are quite happy and ready to help in this process. And that's why I'm saying one of the possible conversations is a national conference in which we're able to have a conversation leading to 1961 Consultative Conference in London and looking at 1963 constitutional amendment, which now links finally, Norbert, the upper chamber element, where we had a prime minister, executive prime minister, and a president. So this actually excites me a bit, that perhaps an upper chamber. I've been opposed to the upper chamber because I think it's rather wasteful, that in a situation in which we have genuine leaders and there is national consensus, there is really no reason for an extra chamber. But you make a very good case. So in a way, Raymond, it is something worthy considering, but it's not impossible. Problem is, I just want to conclude this, it is not the case that we cannot find a solution. It is simply the case that at the moment, Uganda is under capture. Mr. Museveni is not an honest player. And while you, Norbert, may be a partner in this, you know, my brother Jimmy and Betty are not. Meaning that for the NRA, you know, coming together means work under our instruction rather than a partnership. Yours, I look forward to a process in which yours is genuine rhythm, Norbert, and I'm telling you this operational today. In the event that you're actually there as DP and you're engaging NRA in a manner in which you come and find a common ground, I will support that process. As far as I'm concerned, a UPC government that comes in future, and particularly UPC party that I formally lead tomorrow, the conversation will not be how to work with NRA, but it will be how all of us work together to find a common consensus.
All right, thank you so much. I want to allow the religious leaders a voice, then I'll come back to you. So maybe let's first get the religious leader and then...
Thank you very much. My name is Father Constantine Bonavingi, the Executive Secretary, Uganda Joint Christian Council. And I thank the convener of this meeting, really, that you did something good. I'm one of those who attended the Muchaka lessons. And when I remember what happened in the 1980s, and let me call it indoctrination, the indoctrination we had, and I look at what is happening today, I wonder whether my brother, Honorable Mugisha Mundu, does sleep. When he looks at what is happening today, even when he went to the bush, and what they suffered for, when they see everything going down, it is a pity. Because I have been engaging myself in these election issues. And 1996, I thought everything was now going to be okay. Then later on, we thought we were going on a straight path. But when I saw a gun, which I was told when I was doing Muchaka, that it is for defending the Mwanainji and his property, and it is supposed to be turned to the enemy, being turned to the Mwanainji, then I started wondering what's going on now. It was really a sad story to me. Then we continued. You know what happened to the Constitution? And up to now, I'm still wondering, where are we going exactly? Just recently, we went to the Electoral Commission as a group from UJCC. We said, no, we should have the civic education. We need to go back to what was happening. You should not think that even religious people are free from this. As religious people, let me say as priests, you know what has been happening. 2021 is a very good example. It became something which I could not want to hear. Is my brother Mugisha Mundu really happy with what happened in 2020 when he saw blood? A gun which is supposed to be pointing to the enemy. Does he sleep really when he he thinks about such a kind of things. I think he says, no, this is not what we wanted. And with my brother, Honorable Mao, yes, I was one of those who were really not for multi-party, because I knew what multi-party, the so-called multi-party was doing. I was in the umbrella, and they convinced me at a certain time. I said, okay, multi-party, but has it been multi-party? Now it is good that all of us have realized that there is something wrong, that we need a change. Now I go back to Honorable Lasso. Whatever we are going to discuss here, is it going to be of any value? Are they going to be implemented? Then I go back to Honorable Norbert Mao. Is it true that really, or will it be convenient for some of the members from the civic society to be involved in the constitution review? Then that will be okay. We really need fundamental change as it was before. Thank you.
Father, if the microphone could also stay with you, and I'm sorry, I'm going to press you hard on this also. A lot of people who fight for constitutional rights in this country consider the church to be a very cold actor in the fight for constitutionalism. The Joint Christian Council, which you represent, refused to depone an affidavit during the age limit petition. They were silent when the killings happened in 2020. ANT released a statement. The UJCC didn't release a statement on those killings. A lot of people who look to you for spiritual guidance don't get it. In terms of the constitutional amendments, the church hasn't rejected what comes from politicians during campaign periods. You invite them on Sunday morning, get money from them during electoral periods. That can also be considered as bribery. So what is it that the church, you are leading? What is it that you are doing besides, before you ask other actors, what is it that you are doing in your spaces to fight for these constitutional freedoms that we enjoy?
Okay, thank you very much. I think you are misinformed, brother. People who have been following me up, I really know what we are doing. You remember what happened in Arua with the Chagulanyi? Who were the first people to speak? With the UJCC. Don't confuse the IRCU with UJCC. UJCC, we have remained at the forefront for human rights, and it will always be. I think I should stand up, maybe you can. And then, secondly, you remember last year, 2021, you remember when we formed our new National Electoral Watch? UJCs was in the forefront, and we were given, we could not speak. However, we said, no, we shall continue speaking. And when you talk, there are some people, yes, who are compromised. That one I will not deny it. But that's what we are fighting against now. Me as a spiritual leader, all of these are my people. For instance, I was not happy with what happened in Makerere. An innocent student with no raspberry bread to be pushed like that? No, I have to speak out and say, no, this should not be. And that's not what we did, or what I learned when I went to Changwanzi. I'm a Kada. But that's not what was supposed to be done. We have derailed, and we need to come back. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Father. I think we'll mute the microphone here, and then I'll get a lady at the back. I'm trying to keep the zebra formation so that it doesn't become unconstitutional.
Thank you so much. My name is Okidi Christopher, formerly DP National Youth Leader. Yes, and now I am just hanging around Godbar at Gliss without doing anything. Yes. Imagine going to Dr. Kabumba's class and Dr. Kabumba's exam, and then you find all the questions you prepared for the previous evening not in the exam. What will you do?
That's a fair
What
exam.
I'm actually saying is that we need to help ourselves and frame for ourselves a better debate. Cut your coat according to your cloth. So as Ugandans, we are definitely in a crossroad. But now in this state of a crossroad, we need to frame for ourselves the right scheme of work. Is it constitutional reform that we want, or it is state reform? And constitutional reform is just part of it. Because every time a constitution has been made in this country, in fact, by the way, I have the unique experience of studying both law and political science, and so I can synthesize these two. I have never considered Uganda with a constitution. In fact, all the documents we refer to as constitution, I look at them as peace agreements. You see? Or, yes, they are just peace agreements. The 1986, the 1995 constitution was an agreement to formally bring on board other political forces like DP. That is actually why President Museveni's first cabinet was entirely the Democratic Party. So the question here then is, should we reform the constitution or reform the state? Will constitutional reform solve our problem as a country, or it is state reform that will solve our problem as a country? But the question is, we definitely need to transit because we are at a crossroad. Now, just in 2 minutes, let me explain these two distinctions. Some of us, and Dr. Kabumba will agree with me, there is a debate that there is a difference between a liberal constitutionalism and a constitutional democracy. Uganda is a liberal constitutionalism. Ever since the British, we've never changed the state. The state we have is the state that the British gave us. And what was the philosophy of the British state? One, the British, and Raymond was talking about the army, King African Rifle. The British state philosophy was that one, you need to extract loyalty from people, extract resources from people, and so that was the philosophy of the state. So it is, and the law was used for those purposes, what we call legal formalism. Now, are we going to proceed with legal formalism to set constitutions for specific state projects, or we want to overhaul the state? Because elections will only work in a constitutional democracy, not in a constitutional liberalism. Because in a constitutional liberalism, there is rule of law only to the extent of which the interest of the political elite is not affected. That is the state we are in. So we now need to transition into a constitutional democracy. And I think if you have a state that does not support democracy, even if you reform a constitution, you're still going to be in a merry-go-round situation of crying about human rights abuses, stolen elections, because you have a state that does not, that its software was not built to run a democracy. So I really expect civil society next time, invite us for bigger conversations, like a conversation on state reform, and then a constitution is just a chapter or an appendage of it. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. I'll go to the lady in pink. She's already standing up.
I'm Carol Bunga Idembe from Interreligious Council of Uganda, and I want to debunk the issue of saying religious leaders in this country have not been involved in this whole process. I want to ask you, have you ever heard the Uganda National Dialogue process? The religious leaders went all over this country asking Ugandans, what are those issues that are very pertinent and affecting Ugandans? And there were 8 fault lines. It all started in 1962. And whenever elections in this country are held, all those ones, it's a tsunami. It always comes back. And we asked Ugandans, can you contribute 1,000 shillings so that we can have this process led by civic leaders, civic space? Of course, we asked the government to come in. We had a conversation, but government said, we'll put it in the national budget. We'll put it in the national budget. From 2017 up to now, there is no single shilling. But however, IRCU was able to contribute to that process. We have papers, we have expert papers on all those issues, and we are waiting for Ugandans to raise up. Because elections is not, it's one area, but the 7 areas are still there. We have the youth. They are the majority. What are we going to do with them when they don't have jobs? We are now taking them to Saudi Arabia. These are issues that are affecting Ugandans. Issues of land. Every day there are issues of land. And what are we saying about it? So service delivery. Do we have the quality service? If I'm a citizen who has paid my taxes, am I able to go to Mulago and get free services? These are the issues. So we need to get back to the national dialogue. Let's have a conversation, and then the constitutional mechanisms will come later. I submit. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll go to the extreme end. I see an NRM youth winger. They are a minority in the majority, so I will allow them space to talk. No worries, we are coming to you after here.
Thank you very much, my friend Raymond, and the organizers of this event. My name is Maxon Muhezi. I'm representing the NRM Youth League. I've been listening to the panelists, and the Honorable Alaso spoke very, very much passionately about President Museveni's willingness and his will to really accept constitutional discussions. But also, she spoke about the need to protect his legacy. So I am just asking the Honorable Alaso publicly to really confirm to us that as we have conversations around constitutional reforms, does she believe that there is a fundamental constitutional legacy established by President Museveni that we can build on to advance other discussions? Does she really believe that yes, as we talk about reforms in the Constitution, there is need to protect the constitutional legacy or fundamental constitutional legacy that has been written by President Museveni?
Maxon, how would you define this constitutional legacy of Yoweri Museveni so that it can be protected?
First of all, I want to believe that one of the greatest achievements of this revolution has been a constitutionalism. But according to the Honorable Alaso, it is sketchy. When I was hearing her speak, that contribution is not as strong as some of us believe. So does she think at least, or does she believe that at least we have some steps that we can build on to advance maybe modifications and other discussions in tandem with that particular legacy I'm talking about?
All right, thank you. There's a lady on this table here. and then I will cross over to some questions from online, and then I'll come to my FDC friend. I promise. The lady on this table here, yes, she's in gray. She's in a gray dress, yes.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Nachimuli Helen. I'm a member of parliament from Kalangala district. I represent 84 islands. Allow me stand. I personally, I am very tired. Oh, I didn't tell you, I come from the National Unity Platform, and Mr. Kyagulanyi is my president. I am so tired, very tired, of being invited to such workshops. So tired. Because at the end of the day, we are only going to listen to the good English, the good words, the good ideas that are not being put to use. We come here on a daily basis, or we go to parliament, do this and that, but nothing is being done. What are Ugandans up to? What are we up to? You might even find that this workshop is funded by Mr. Museveni. And we are here, yes, we are here talking about his removal. What have you? What are we doing? What are Ugandans doing anyway? Are we just playing? No, I'm being honest. When you come to think about it, Honorable Mao here is a very good man at English. And those words, the proverbs, I enjoy them. But where are they taking us? What has Mr. Museveni done different from the time he got into power? I'm sorry I came in late. I didn't listen to what.
But, okay, surely, Mrs. Nachimuli, if I could press you hard. The civil society is responsible for the political freedoms on which your political party was founded. They're responsible for being in charge of the reforms that led to the creation of women members in parliament, on which ticket you currently stand. Surely it would be hard to disabuse them as part of the struggle.
Thank you so much. What next? What next? Yes, I am in parliament, so what? Has there been so much change that Ugandans are clamoring for? Somebody talked about the state reforms. I think that is what should be done. We are all going to keep dancing on somebody's tunes day in and out. But once we do not change, believe you me, Uganda is going to stay the same. We shall keep coming back for these workshops and get the money and go home. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have a question from our online audiences. I'm going to allow the online audiences, and then I'll come to back into the room. So I think we'll start with Mr. Robert Kakuru. Please appreciate our online audiences, because they have not been in the room, but they've been listening. So Mr. Robert Kakuru, I think if you can punch in his audio so that we can hear him. Robert, I think you have to unmute your microphone for us to be able to hear you. Okay, as we work out the online solution, let's have, there was a hand on right here.
Thank you so much, Raymond. My name is Leandro Komakech. My portfolio in the Democratic Party is International Affairs and Diaspora. But I'm speaking here today as a recovering scholar. I think when I listened carefully from the start to now, I came to a definition of who are the elites. And I juxtaposed it with some of the submissions that have been made here, and then I'll ask a few questions. I had defined elite when I came in here to mean small groups of very powerful people who hold a disproportionate amount of wealth, privilege, and political power. And therefore, when I listened carefully, I came with another definition, which I I decided to formalize. I said, a lead may also mean an excited rural migrants celebrating their arrivals in town. What they call the lumpen elites. Because I listened very carefully from both the other side and this side. And therefore, the question here is, how do we reconstruct the Ugandan state? That is the central thesis. And the submissions made from the keynote, from the minister, from the panel, leaves us with more questions. Is it electoral commission which is the problem? Because they spoke here administratively. They did not give a very deep diagnosis of some of the challenges they go through. When you talk about Baganda that came from Professor talked about the integration of Buganda in Uganda. The minister stated the same. Chris Okiri says, no, Uganda even is a problem. How do you integrate people in a state which has to be reformed? But when you go back to Buganda, you find something very important. That Buganda as a state before the coming of the colonial power integrated many ethnic communities. In the 1959 census, it was found out that in Buganda there were actually 50% non-Baganda in 1959 census. And when you look at how Buganda designed formulas of bringing foreign people into its kingdom, then these are things we should study sociologically. How did the concept of Muganda Wao came? How did the concept of Baganda Gere Gere came? How did the concept of Baganda and Njanech Kopinta came? All these concepts in Buganda was about integration. The only thing Baganda did not allow was to take away their coffee and bananas. But people from the West decided to steal the things and went and started. Now, actually, in the West, you supply more matoke than Buganda. So for me, what is the formula of crafting a new state that can build into everybody's consensus? The Acholis have always said, well, when you are going down there, they say you are going under the plantations. As the minister said one time, the word chamchana in Acholi came from Buganda. Because when they came here, they didn't know that corruption existed. For those who know Sir Harry Johnston, in 1900, Buganda Agreement was signed on the basis of corruption. Because Sir Apollo Kagwa was promised 100 heads of cows, which was delivered after signing of the Buganda Agreement. These were the challenges we are dealing with today. So the formation of the state was so concocted that even the word Uganda, if we ask all of you in an examination, what is Uganda? No one will come with a very definite answer. Because it is a concoction of the word Buganda, which was hurriedly taken to Britain, and they slashed off the word B to form Uganda Agreement, while in Buganda we remain with Buganda Agreement in Kiswahili. That is where we are coming from. The first interpretation of Buganda Agreement was in Kiswahili, and then it was given a Luganda version which was so adulterated. The end result is that the British Commons adopted Buganda Agreement in the name of the British Protectorate that we have here. Possibly that is why we are dealing with these problems. That the state of Uganda is a fiction as they stated there. So what is our role? The minister put it very clearly. There are foundational cracks. So for today, we do not need to accuse anybody. Let us be reflecting on some of these foundational cracks. It is written high-level national stakeholders dialogue. It is not national stakeholders dialogue. It is not a stick, it is a stake. And therefore, I would want us to leave this room by only going with questions, not answering anything. that is when we shall be returning to the real reflection of where we take on the next level of engagement. Because if we do it the way we are doing it, and we run into electoral commission, even electoral commission, by the way, with the law we have, we actually can run a very smooth election. With the law we have, we can run a very smooth election. But where is the problem? Is where we should be asking today. What motivates certain actors to behave the way they behave? How do we reflect on their behavior? Possibly it may need a sociological approach to this process. It is not just a simple thing. This is where we should be thinking more. It is not where you say, I went there and submitted to them and you walk away. No. This is where we get out with questions which we should be answering in the next 3-4 years. If we do not do that, then we shall remain where we are, paralyzed completely and coming back to explain that the Electoral Commission is the problem. I don't think so. For me, let me stop here. The Ugandan question, we are asking the northern question, the eastern question, the Buganda question. The issue is, what is the Ugandan question? State reform or constitutional reform? Discuss.
Dr. Leandro, I don't want to let you go off easily. You put it down to, and I'm going to ask you more fervently. You put down the Buganda agreement just to the bribe given to Sao Paulo, but you neglect the violence that Buganda would have faced had it not signed that agreement. Indeed, if there were hoodwinking, why did the British government sign the Toro agreement? Why did they sign the Ankole agreement? All of these agreements had violence attached to them. In Toro, for example, the forces were stationed at Boma, and they were asking our king, you can choose to sign or not sign. Of course, the net effect is what we have today. So as one of the elite from northern Uganda, and not a lumpen elite because I have some history with you and I know how well you stand, how would you want this room to address the northern question? Because you've led the capital of northern Uganda, Gulu, in parliament before. So how would you want us to address the northern question with your own innate wisdom?
No, I think, Raymond, looking at what I raised here, I did not want to speak a lot. That's why I wanted on to ask questions. Northern Uganda was a very difficult terrain for the British to operate in. Very difficult. That is why even we had a rebellion. Was there any rebellion in Buganda? Was there any rebellion in Toro? Everybody were just lying down and waiting for the British. Semei Kakunglu, who was sent to go and confuse the Acholis, arrived, sent a messenger called Captain Mucha. But it was Musa, his bodyguard. When he reached Lango, he was told the Acholis were very difficult. But he forced the people of Lango to pray in Luganda. He forced the people of Teso to pray in Luganda. And forced everybody every Sunday to read the Bible in Luganda. But in Acholi, it never happened because we were ready for them. That is why the Acholis have what they call a war dance, Otole. That was the dance that was received, that actually received Captain Musa in Kitgumatidi. He thought he was the chief guest. He didn't know he was on a firing squad. They danced until they speared him to death. And then they sang and say, we have finished his messenger. We are now waiting for Kakungulu. That is a song in Otole, in Acholi. Did he go? He never went. And that is why the British had a very, very mean view of development in Acholi. That is how we treated them. And therefore, how the natives prepared to receive the colonial power mattered a lot in terms of the administration. Go to Ankole. They even decided to change a whole name of an ethnic community to call Ankole. That is not Ankole. It is Nkore Kingdom. But they were forced to write it as Ankole because of the accent the British wanted. So that is why I'm saying we need a state reform. There's a lot of fictions and concoctions, Raymond, that we need a full lecture or even a retreat of the real elites to reflect on this. Let me stop here.
All right, thank you so much. I promised my friend from the FDC a question, and then I will go to Dr. Sarah Birete on that table right there.
Thank you so much. I'm Nasuldin Basaliro from FDC. I represent Youth Reach. I'm the National Youth Treasurer General of FDC. My question is, all people are talking about transition, constitution, but my message will go to the religious leaders. We are suffering the disease of religious leaders. I remember some time back we had a citizen compact where Mr. Godiba, where my former president, General Mugisha Muntu, and my mentor, Ali Salaso, we had a conference at the Africana Hotel. We talked about all the issues we need to reform. Reform. Did Museveni implemented it? There are some people, they are cliques in Museveni's government. We are here discussing concerning issue. For them, they are seated there. After this conference, they will call a small meeting again to talk about what we discussed here. That they don't even respect we citizens as Uganda citizens. So we need to be focused. What do we need to change? My message, we need to change. We are in a state captivity. So we need to change the mindset as Ugandans. I and Madame Alaso, I witnessed the election of Selele. I was just seriously, because I'm a religious guy. In terms of election, I was just thoroughly. I'm telling you people, this is a serious matter. We are not in a government, we are in a state captured. We need to change. My message will go to all Ugandans. We need to reform our mindset before we do other things. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Sarah Birete, and then I will return to the panel very briefly.
Thank you very much. Sarah Birete is my name, from the Center for Constitutional Governance. I want to thank the distinguished speakers and participants in general, and maybe start from a hard place of the Bible, when Jesus saw a sick man that had been lying down ill for so long, and he just asked one question: do you want to get well? You know, everybody looked on and said, is this what Jesus can do to a sick man? And of course, a sick man had excuses. I've been lying here, when I get up, people jump in the water before me. And it seems to me that this is what we are more or less doing in this meeting. We can blame the colonialists, we can blame our ancestors, we can blame whoever we want. But the fact remains that for 60 years of independence, a simple act of quantifying the free will of the people as to who should govern them has eluded us as a nation. Where is the problem? Simple counting. Who is eligible to vote? Who has voted? How have they voted? We don't even need to quote philosophers and speak for the whole day. You know, in the last free and fair elections campaign, as civic actors, we campaigned for so many things, including a suggestion that the Electoral Commission should be headed by a person at the stature of High Court. We got more than we asked for. We got a justice of Constitutional Court, or Court of Appeal. In the recent elections, and especially the by-elections in Kayunga And specifically Soroti, I saw a situation when Justice Byabakama was confronted with a booklet of pre-ticked ballot boxes, and he was tongue-tied. These are ballot boxes rigged by his own institution. Is it a situation of English? Is it a situation of being a high court judge? And I even feel sorry for him, how he will get back to the bench. And maybe one of the quick decisions we need to do, although I think we can't legislate ourselves out of a deep hole, is to get our high resources, like a justice of constitutional court, back to the bench and out of the mess. Because it scandalizes the judiciary to have a justice of constitutional court running around with pre-ticked ballot papers, with soldiers, with all the manner that happens in our elections. And how will lawyers face him when he gets back to the bench? So that is the crisis that Dr. Kabumba talked about and others that we are in. What do we need to do? I think we don't need, maybe we should go the Gambia way of Mabo. Because it is not a matter of absence of laws. It is a character question. It is a nation, a total brokenness of a nation. We don't have a soul of the nation. And once we cannot resolve the question of who should govern us, we are as good as wasting time. I thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Please, if you could bring the microphone to the front here, at the front here, Dr. Richard Sewachiyanga, and then I will revert to the panel very briefly and we'll get back to the panel plenary.
Thank you very much, Raymond. My name is Richard Sewachiyanga. I just want to make one small point, which is really to complement some of the suggestions. I think one thing we have to agree on is that to return to history, we shall not return to an authentic thesis of what Uganda is or was. So it's going to be a futile process. Why? Because we are formed out of a British idea, which idea went bad. And that has been seen in the land reforms, the contestations within the kingdoms and all that. So the history is replete with things that have gone wrong. So to return is to return to nothing. Now what we need to do, my sense, and I want to support Honorable Mao, and I've been reading about this because now I'm at the Center for Basic Research, not at NGO Forum where I have to speak a lot. One of the things we need to do is really to return to this question of elite consensus seriously. And yes, we have to separate lumpen elite from other elite. And when we talk about elite, we are actually not talking about only the powerful and those, but actually everybody who knows how to read and write and has some influence, including the military. They are elite there. That's where we need to return and start building a consensus, because it is clear that what is lacking in everything is how we, the elite, treat each other. If one thinks that I can kill you in order for me to rule, or I can do something like that, at the level of the elite, that's where the crisis began. I was just finished reading a book called Elite Foundations of Liberal Democracy by somebody called John Higley. And it makes they do an interesting analysis of how the elite and liberal democracy has been going on across the world from the 18th century up to today. But clearly what it shows is that you need people who agree to say, we are going to start treating each other, as simple as that, treating each other in a civil manner. We are going to start building what we have called now a national idea of what Uganda should be. And then when we coalesce around that idea, that is what is going to take us forward. Now, the people in power are not the people who you are going to put at the forefront. So the people who expect President Museveni to lead a discussion are giving him too much burden. Because for him now, he's leading a discussion on how to stay in power. So he will not lead a discussion on how to convince others. So we who are not in power and everybody else who is an elite who wants to see a better Uganda, who doesn't want a pothole, who wants to see a school that works, who wants to be treated in this country well, who wants these things which we all want. Because when you look at the elite, all our value systems are the same. It doesn't matter where I sit. I want a good school. It doesn't matter if you have DC, no, blah, blah, everything. You want the same things. So if that is the case, and if that's the case, then that is what we should be starting. Now, the conversation has to start, and it doesn't have to wait for the biggest minds to come together. Common people, elites at different levels should start saying what is the Uganda we want and how do we start building it? What are the fault lines that we should reconcile? This is what helped South Africa. When apartheid got to a point where it couldn't heal, it was the elite among the blacks and the whites who sat together and created a consensus that brought Mandela out of prison, that allowed for things to change. So I think that's where we are. And I think that Honorable Mao, as he says, let's take him on his word and actually continuously push for this consensus and dialogue to start, but not hand it over to the state, but hand it over to citizens, because that's where it belongs. Thank you.
Richard, if I could engage you very briefly, and to bring a demographic dividend to this elite debate, something that Shamim would have said. A lot of us who are the Museveni generation of children are mistrustful of the independence generation, which includes you. If we have a conversation, for example, the independence generation, you've made assets, you're comfortable. The way you approach the problem is that it's not urgent. The rest of us, it's a matter of life and death. The anger that you see reflected on the streets, the one that I keep telling Honorable Mao about, that anger and anxiety, it's a matter of life and death for people. It's not like they can sit back. So the young people are not titled, they don't have assets to their name. They approach this conversation with urgency and sometimes impatience. Are you willing and ready to accommodate our urgency and impatience? And some of that urgency and impatience could include immediate land reform that allows young people to use idle land that people in the independence generation have.
You see, the thing is that the issue around elite consensus is not a generational question. Because actually, as you speak now, the people who may be propagating what we see as excesses may actually be younger than the people who were. Because most of the people who were here in '86 right now cannot stand for 2 hours on a podium. So you know, they are not doing as much as you think. So actually the people in the army, in wherever, who are perpetuating what you see are not old people. And that's the contradiction, because even the people who came in '86 were youth. So this youth thing is not a new thing. It's been there, and it will create, every country has to conduct, they say every generation must have its what? Generational challenge to deal with. So the issue is, for now, it's not actually an issue about independence, and actually the people who should lead this discussion we are talking about should not people like me, 50 years and above. It should be people below 30. They should be the ones leading this discussion. We should be giving them whatever we can give them in terms of facilitating a conversation that builds a better Uganda. Because, I mean, if you add 50 years on me, I am not there. If you add 30 years on Museveni, he's not there. If you add the Honorable Bobu, I don't know how many years you add on him, he will also not be there. So the thing is that, in a sense, this is a youth discussion. It's not ours. And it should not ever be seen as a discussion of those who came in 1986, because they can no longer lead it.
All right, thank you. I will send my CV to Honorable Norbert Mao attached with this presentation. Honorable Norbert Mao, I wanted to invite you back here just to give some feedback to some of the questions that have come from our plenary, and then we'll allow for our panel to also make some concluding remarks on this matter, because the guest to close our day is already here. So let's give a round of applause for Honorable Norbert Mao as he comes back here. And also respond to my CV application, because it's now and in time.
This is really a dialogue. I don't think anybody should take anything personally. We didn't come here to quarrel. We came here to engage. I don't take anything personally. That's why I've been able to survive this long in politics. And I'm still going. I hope the younger generation can learn from some of us. We say things lightly, but we hope that when you leave here, you reflect about the things. I want to give a formula. If you have something I have said which you really disagree with, first restate it in your own words. Then examine it again. I'll just sample a few. My neighbor on my table said the youth are going to be more and more radicalized. That it is we who have pushed the young people to be radical. I actually wanted him to be given the floor to talk about it. But radicalism should not be for the sake of radicalism. Even a fast car must have a destination. You don't just raise dust and move in circles to annoy other road users. I want to assure you, for me, I listen. I even listened to Joseph Kony. But the moment of truth has arrived, our guest of honor. You lead us in Parliament as our whip. He is not the NRM chief whip, he's the government chief whip. So anybody who is in government, on the government side, is the whip. He's not a party person. That's why he sits in cabinet. Today, we had a very interactive discussion. I was honored to be given an unusually long amount of time to basically think aloud. Throw out what you think is useless. Have a sieve in your mind. Don't let your mind be like a sponge. Don't absorb everything. I'm sure I said a few useful things. Our guest of honor, we have also had a very representative panel from left to right. We even have, we have had intergenerational intercourse, intellectual. And we have listened to strong opinions, strongly expressed. There are also things we keep repeating, which we need to deal with. In government, I have been telling the people in government that don't call civil society enemies of the state or foreign agents. At least I have done that. And in the same breath, I have also asked the civil society, don't use the language of politicians. Because if you start calling the government of Uganda a junta, then you have crossed the line. You are no longer civil society. You are now locking horns. And yet the civil society is actually an interlocutor between the government and the citizens. You stand in the gap where even political parties fail. Political parties, broadly, are supposed to be also part of civil society. I can tell you when I was chairman of GULU, my best partner was the GULU NGO Forum. They helped me to engage with the humanitariata because GULU was being overrun by humanitarian agencies. To the organizers, particularly my OB, Dr. Isoba, don't lose heart. Somehow you may be sitting here thinking that people are going to leave this room feeling empty, especially given the statements by my young brother, Christopher Okidi, who said that he prepared for one exam and he found another one. Prepare for chemistry, you find geography. So I want to encourage you to keep on. We are engaging. As I talk, I'm now part of the Cabinet Standing Committee on Human Rights, which I also chair. And we can either attack the problems or we can dance around them. It is a choice. Because I think if I was tortured, my first destination would not be a press conference. I think I must first of all be proud of the fact that I'm a Ugandan, and governments come and go, and it is a matter of time. By the way, those who have tortured people, they are definitely going to live beyond the lifespan of this government. And we must know them, and they must be on the record. We have the law on torture. We have the regulations. We have upgraded what used to be a human rights desk at the Ministry of Justice to a fully fledged human rights department under the Attorney General's chambers. And we want you to utilize that, because drama is one thing. Solving problems is another. And I like to respectfully disagree with those who think when we say look at the bigger picture, we are ignoring the small picture. Of course, a forest is made of trees, but to focus on one tree, it doesn't make you a forester. If you find an accident scene where people are bleeding, okay, the person who has had an accident may have had their lipstick worn out, the hair may need combing. So you do not make the combing of the hair the most important issue. Let's comb your hair, look at the lipstick, it is gone, the makeup needs to be put. At that point, the patient needs to be taken to hospital, imagine, immediately. So that's what we mean by the big picture. It doesn't mean that we don't care about your lipstick and your makeup and your hair, how it should point left or right. So let us look at the tendency of where Uganda should go, the way a plane moves. Aeroplane has a tendency, doesn't have a direction, because it may move north, but in the process it can face south, it can face east. Okay, maybe not south if it is moving north, but it can face east and west. But generally the tendency should be north. And the culture of talking about good English and elites, I will never apologize for my good education. And those who think I should apologize for my good education, which I also started very humbly, because I started from a school which stopped in P6. So you can't say I had a better chance than anybody. I just had the desire to improve myself, ending up in the same university where Bill Clinton and George Bush went, Yale University. So to expect me to apologize for that, I think is asking too much. But if I know your schools, I can ask them to refund your school fees. Because it seems some of you are not happy with the education you have. and therefore you want me to apologize for mine. I think there can be school fees refund to deal with that problem. Because I hear it a lot. Just good English, you are just talking English. A language is a language. I also speak very good Luganda. Why don't you attack me for my good Luganda? And I even speak a better Acholi. But it is a veiled attempt at weaponizing the masses against educated people. and by saying, look at them, all they do is to speak good English, they can't solve your problems. We see through that. We are not fools. Some of us are very seasoned politicians, and when we put on our political gloves, we are also not easy. So I'm used to that kind of language, especially on Twitter. Toinacho tugamba. You have nothing to tell us. But who said I'm talking to you? And the fact that you are responding to me means that you are listening. So I could not step out of this place, Chief Whip, without complaining about those narratives. It is not just in the context of politics. When we went to London, that's where I met my brother Joseph Ocheno. There was a meeting held of the Acholi community to talk about how to end the war. 11 members of parliament, very highly educated. Owindolo, Norbert Mao, we had Regan Okumu, we had all of us 11. Then they invited the LRA representative, who happened to be Dr. Obita James. Merely breathing into the microphone, already they were cheering, representing Joseph Kony. Then he said, I bring you greetings from Major General Joseph Kony. 5 minutes of applause. So I looked at our chairman, Honorable Windle. I said, are we the leaders of these people really? And then he delivered the speech on behalf of Joseph Kony. Because Joseph Kony gave them what I call the hope. Something I call generational myopia. So they started attacking us. Now you people, you have sold yourselves to Museveni. You have gone to that parliament. It is useless. Go and support Kony. Kony is the true leader of the Acholi people. What are you doing in that parliament? In any case, we are the real leaders. We represent the Acholi people. You people are just imposters. And that is when Mr. Joseph Ocheno called us quizzlings. And I said, sir, we are not quizzlings. That one, we object to it. Because a quizzling is basically a pawn, or a puppet. That's really what a quizzling is. And I said, surely, are you saying from now up to the time before I joined parliament, or before Museveni came, you think that nothing happened to me? Some people are now judging me from the time I became a cabinet minister. Are you saying Norbert Mao was nothing before he became at least some people I know were really nothing before they arrived where they were. But I was not nothing before even becoming DP president, I was not nothing. I had been a member of parliament, LC5 chairman, but I know the real nothings. And we are going to start naming them also, since they like talking a lot about other people. So Owindolo, our leader, as an MP, stopped me from talking. So I just got up in defiance and requested for the microphone. And I said some very disturbing things. And I said, one, you people, there was a colonel of UNLA. Said, you were a colonel in the army. A man came from the bush and kicked your asses. Can you first explain how it happened? Some people ran from Gulu and at least stopped in Kampala. You ran all the way to London. Is that a mark of great courage? And if you are really a defender of your people, and Museveni is the enemy, do you put your people between the enemy and yourself, or you put yourself between the enemy and your people? Now you are here in London receiving money from the Queen. Can you explain? In fact, when you come back to Gulu, we must first cane you. How did you lose power? You know, me, I'm not afraid of anybody. And that's why I say anything to anybody. I have a PhD in political incorrectness. I don't have to be politically correct. Then I told them that if you are an idiot when you boarded the plane from Entebbe to come to London, You are just an idiot, only that you have changed address. The same idiot that boarded the plane is now an idiot in London. I was very rude, and deliberately so, because some people think they have a license on insulting others, of looking down on others. So, me, I don't believe in what Michelle Obama said, when they go low, we go high. You know, that's how they lost to Trump. If you go low, I'll go and collect you from under. I'll go lower than you and collect you. And then I bring you to my level. And then I show you that low does not work even for you. So don't promote these narratives. We are all Ugandans. We all have a stake in this society. We are disagreeing, but we don't have to be disagreeable. It is very important that we don't draw a line. Why are you sending your children to school if you don't want English? I want to come to your home and find that your kids are there peeling bananas and looking after goats and so on. They must not learn English. English is a medium of communication. You rather attack what I'm using that English to say. That is legitimate. But for a boy who grew up in a village mending shoes and mending saucepans and repairing bicycles, who finally learns English, and you accuse him or you want to make him not to practice it, that is very bad. Please allow me to exercise my excitement over my English, because it has been a long journey for me to reach where you people who are better than me have reached. So allow us, the humble villagers. That is all really that I wanted to say in response. Otherwise, the Constitutional Review Commission will be a Ugandan thing. But I have told you, I need to brief the president. Then I go and make a ministerial statement in Parliament. And my office is open to you. I'm even going to give you my phone number, the one that I pick. The ministry is now as open. If you come to the Ministry of Justice, it is the only ministry which is full of people. Those who are chased away from Parliament. By the way, you MPs have blocked out your voters. Having been elected, you now say, don't come to see us, because the Parliament has become a barracks. But the Ministry of Justice is open. My instructions are clear. Anybody should come and see anybody that they want to see. But you go to Parliament, a person with a gun asks you what you have come to do. And then they call the MP, do you want to see this one? Tell them that I'm not around. For reasons that are well known. So now that's what character is about. I think that's the ANT value addition in the politics of Uganda, harping on the question of character. But you know, with due respect to ANT, sometimes you have to mix it a bit. Can you imagine Jesus making a thief his treasurer? Judas was the treasurer in charge of money, as corrupt as he is. So I want to invite all of you to use this number that I'm sharing, 0752. I used to be on AfriCell. It is not that I keep my number secret. I'm an AfriCell orphan, now adopted by Airtel. 0752 206 306. I want to propose that we continue this conversation even online, because to put up these things costs a lot of money. So why can't we have once in a while, whether Twitter Spaces, the technology now exists. Let us be flexible so that the donors also don't hold us at gunpoint too much. So let's continue this conversation. We'll insult each other, we quarrel. By the time we are having the 10th meeting, we will now be talking the real issues that Christopher Okidi talked about. For now, I still want to insult your mother. So give me the time to do it. We shall get there to the real issue. Thank you very much. Was I supposed to invite the boss? Not yet. Okay.
Surely you have forgotten. You are supposed to give me a job. But it is fine. Thank you. I want our panelists to make concluding remarks in maybe a minute or less, if you can, and then we can hand over to the closing remarks.
Thank you. Human rights is cross-cutting. And all we have talked about here is about the dignity of the human person. The human rights-based approach places the human person at the center of everything. If we put that in mind, we shall have people's rights respected. And the question you had asked, I've been thinking about it. It is the human rights-based approach principle of accountability that requires that people's rights are respected. So we need behavioral change. We need to change our characters. Otherwise, we have a lot of laws in place to take us to where we desire. But for constitutional reforms, a human rights-based approach to everything is important. I thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Shamim?
Thank you very much. For my concluding remarks is maybe the urgency with which these issues can be addressed, because I speak from the perspective of the young people, because it's us that are suffering the consequences of bad governance. It's the young people that are being paraded at the airport and exported to Saudi Arabia as housemates. It's us that are going to the bad schools and we don't have the privilege to speak the good English, so we find it a problem. But most importantly, I want to say, let us address these issues with urgency and the emergency that it requires. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Shamim. Honorable Alaso.
Thank you very much. Raymond, let me respond to one question and then make my final comment. I hope Maxon is still in the house. Maxon, the reason I am asking that we bring President Museveni to the center of this whole matter. 40 years or so presiding over people's lives and the treasury and the country and destiny. This is such a long time. And so President Museveni, for me, is the problem and the part of the solution. We can try to ignore him. We can say we will do our elite things like Dr. Richard has said and think that he is not. But as long as he's still breathing and still around here, he has a personal responsibility and duty calls. Even at, I don't know how old he is now, he can still think and be part of a solution. Begin to, relax a little and allow some room for us to have this discussion for the destiny of our country. You can choose to ignore him. Me, I choose to put it at his doorstep because it will be dangerous much later that we will have a Somalia in a country where he was a president purporting to deliver peace in Somalia and failing to do the same in Uganda. Secondly, my final thoughts. I'm just wondering. Actually, I think I should not even say what I'm wondering. But Raymond, let me give you a description of what happened in a primary school called Kiere Primary School. It will take me a short time. Kiere Primary School had 2 polling stations. We are discussing elections here. So 2 polling stations, just like in the same space like this room, one at the other corner, one at this corner. 12 midday, or around there, after midday. 10 police patrol cars arrive at that polling station. So they surround, at that primary school, they surround both of them. And so there are over 40 or so soldiers from each patrol car. So about 40, they surround them, and they put the voters at gunpoint. All of them on the lines, gunpoint, lie down, face down. Then they go for also the presiding officials, all of them gunpoint, lie down. And then they pick the ballot papers and they begin to tick. And the remaining ballot papers, they tick all of them. And then they put them back into the ballot boxes. And then they say, everybody get up. They are still surrounded, guns over their heads. They say, oh, everybody get up. So they get up. And then there is this RDC moving around. And he says, okay, now go back to the lines, and they give each one of them 20,000 shillings. Have your 20, 20, 20, 20, and run, don't even look behind. And everybody runs away from there, and they don't even look behind. I want to ask this house, that scenario I have described to you, which was even later on witnessed by the chairperson Electoral Commission because he ran there, and other leaders that are in this house. Let me ask you, is it a question of civic competence? Is it a question of not knowing whether to participate? Is it a question of not having the laws? Is it a question for another constitution? What is that scenario and how do you deal with it? My view is that you cannot have a constitutional order where there are no people who believe in constitutionalism. You cannot have law and order where lawbreakers are in charge. For me, that is my problem. If you have another prescription for such a situation, I will be happy to hear it after this meeting. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Alice. Doctor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nachimuli, is she still around?
Yes, she is.
I can assure you that I'm also tired. As strange as it sounds, I'm tired. And I'm tired, as strange as it sounds, because I'm an old man. Again, as strange as it sounds, because I made 40 last year, 40 years. And this is the dilemma of Uganda, that you have old young men, young old men who are sort of stuck. There's a series called Arrested Development. I suspect many of us are in that stage of arrested development. For a long time, I thought I was young. When I started teaching, that was 2009. How many years ago was that? Slightly over 14 years now. Increasingly now, the students coming to law school are children of my friends. In 3 years, my boy will be at university. That's when you realize, Gundi Okuze. But at the same time, you're growing biologically, but you're not growing into the space in which you're allowed to think and contribute to your country effectively. A colleague of mine, a classmate, served as Minister of Justice in Sudan. Of course, it ended badly because they were then, their house was in the midst of transition and is back to Washington for safety. Another colleague in Kenya is PS Diaspora, which is to say, I share your exhaustion, your tiredness. And in fact, I usually turn down discussions of this nature because it's important to only speak when you have something to say. So this morning I had a couple of things to say, and I think I've said them. But just to address, and one of those things was that, again, for Chris's point, law and state, one of the things I said, for me the takeaway from what I shared was that this state, some young people say we need to sell this country and everyone takes their share and we go away. One of the ways of doing that is a federal arrangement. Everyone takes their share. You remain with a Ugandan passport. You remain with some bond towards the idea of Uganda, but everyone has taken their share. So that is a state reconstruction, and I think it can be a very effective way for us to live together peacefully. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Businje Kavumba. I think I want to invite Chris now to take over from this point and practice constitutionalism. I've handed over power, and in time.
Thank you so much, Raymond, and we do apologize on behalf of the organizers. We realize this should have been a conversation for just a full day, just a full day. So there are most of you who would have wanted to make a comment that you couldn't make. Our colleagues who are participating online, we saw quite a number of hands, but we were constrained with time, and we had promised our guests that we'll be leaving this place at exactly 1:30. But we have a promise that this is just the start of this conversation. And we like the invitation that the minister has given us around the fact that we can have these conversations. So just to give you a snapshot of the roadmap that we have. First of all, we are glad that we have the government chief whip present with us. We're hoping to meet with quite a number of members of parliament to have this particular debate. We're also hoping to have meetings with ministries, departments, and agencies of government, which we are hoping that the Minister of Justice will convene to have this particular debate. And the invitation to engage young people is very well founded. We have the National Council for Youth Affairs, National Youth Council, and we want to partner with them to be able to organize similar conversations across the country. And I'm saying this for the benefit of the Minister of Justice, so that when we come back with the raft of reforms, and we're hoping to work with you on this, that you know that these reforms have been an outcome of a nationwide consultative process. We're already having similar debates in the different regions of Uganda. Most of you have followed the conversations online. They have been widely reported about in the media, where similar stakeholders in the regions, all the 14 regions, geographical regions and tribal regions of Uganda have been consulted. And quite a number of significant reforms have also been shared. We are holding right now citizens consultations, and we hope we have met about 2,000 communities already. We hope to meet another 2,000 set of communities across the country, and our hope is that those proposals will be curated into clear reforms. So before we invite the Honorable Bua to close this dialogue, I would like to just recognize really everyone who has participated. More specifically, I saw that we have the leadership of the NGO Forum, the board members, led by the chairperson, Madame Margaret Sekaja, who most of you might not know, but she was a commissioner on the first the Akabwai Commission, Electoral Commission. So we really thank you and all the board members who have joined us today. The Minister of Justice, of course, we really appreciate your coming. The ideas that you've shared are really, really foundational, and we'll be building on these and validating the ideas from with the citizens. And Joseph, I see you. I know that you mentioned that I should clarify that the meeting that you referred to is not the meeting that the minister referred to, that you had a separate meeting. So I have to make that public clarification. I hope you're happy, Joseph. Yes. You stand, thank you. So, but Honorable Minister, you invited the small delegation of civil society, leaders. And this conversation about elite consensus has been ongoing in this particular debate. We are definitely going to take you up on that offer. It won't be just one meeting. I think multiple groups are going to be coming to visit with you to have these conversations. Hopefully, you'll also convene, cabinet. So we have conversation with the wider cabinet. And as a platform, we'll definitely be able to do that. The Electoral Commission and the Executive Director of NGO Forum mentioned this at the beginning. They have been our formidable partner as civil society organizations in this process. So we really appreciate you, first of all, for delivering the keynote address. Some of the ideas that are emerging are a question of administrative reforms. And we have a raft of those with some of the organizations that we work with that have put together a raft of administrative reforms that require the Electoral Commission to just implement. So we'll be engaging with you as well. We have meetings that are coming up with the Electoral Commission. We also know that the Electoral Commission is promised to nominate someone to the experts panel. We know that they are launching their roadmap in the next maybe couple of weeks. So we'll be looking forward to working with you on that. The heads of political parties that are here with us, we want to engage all the political parties. In fact, we are setting up what we call the Secretary General's Forum. Now, in the case of ANT, ANT, which is a party that doesn't, I think they have, how do they call the leader? The national coordinator, yes. So we want to see if we can convene a forum or a conversation of all Secretary Generals and chairpersons of political parties in a room like this with some members of civil society to debate these ideas. And Okidi, you can tell us that we need to reform the state and not the constitution. Then our partners in the media, we thank you for coming and being represented. The ideas that we are sharing, you definitely the channel through which we can amplify these voices. The African Institute for Investigative Journalism will be working with us to find ways of creatively, and here I mentioned Raymond and Solomon, creatively disseminate these messages that emerged from this dialogue, but also messages from the citizens' consultations that we'll be sharing out there with you and the wider audience to be able to reach at least 30 million Ugandans. Our members of Parliament, you are our representatives, and we thank those of you who have joined us today. Ultimately, these reforms will end up in Parliament. And we agreed that we'll be engaging with you separately, but also together with the different citizens. We hope that we'll be taking some members of parliament to engage directly with the citizens in what we call the engagements between citizens and their representatives. So we'll be selecting some of you from the different constituencies to be able to, for you to listen firsthand some of the proposals that are coming from the citizens. And Raymond, thank you for doing a good job to moderate, and the staff of NGO Forum who have organized this, we really thank you and appreciate you. At this particular point, I would like to invite the Honorable Hamson Obua, the Government Chief Whip, who will close this dialogue, and after he has spoken, we shall all be invited to a lunch where he says he might not be able to join us since he has another engagement. So, thank you.
My senior, the Honorable Chairman Norbert Mao, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Members of Parliament here present, all the team members from the National NGO Forum, representatives of the different political parties, members of the civil society, fellow countrymen and women in your respective capacities, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to start with a disclaimer that just like the Honorable Chairman Norbert Mao, I am another example of a village boy who went through the most rural schools, and I hope that you will not charge me for my English, whether it meets your standard or not. Let me start with that. But we are happy to be in the capital city of Uganda, where even all great villagers and urban dwellers are expected to meet, such that we dialogue the way we are doing. First and foremost, let me start by saluting the National NGO Forum for organizing this I-powered, you are calling it I-level, this I-powered national stakeholders dialogue on constitutional reforms. And I am happy that you invited the newest minister, brand new, in charge of justice and constitutional affairs, because this is an area where he will take the lead in terms of delivering this baby. I am reminded, because I was taught, that the pre- and post-independence history of Uganda, just like it is embedded in the preamble of the 1995 Constitution, was characterized by political and constitutional instability. I am further reminded, because I was taught, that at one point, this country seemingly was too hot, and it required 3 people to sit under legal notice number 5, even to receive the credentials of ambassadors accredited to Uganda. All the 3 would be there, and they were referred to as the titular heads of state. This one, we are taught that that point this country went through in 1980. So when we talk about the future, or now and the future, it is important for us to know where we are from, where we are, such that this generation takes a decisive decision based on our history. Because there is a high likelihood that we can get back to the point where we need 3 people to sit and superintend over the governance of Uganda, because that falls as part of our history. You may see me with gray beards, but I think I fall in the middle-aged generation. And I want to thank the National NGO Forum for the composition of the audience. You can see that the audience is multi-layered. I can see the young, the middle-aged, and the senior citizens. The senior citizens must remind the young people and those in the middle age that this is our history. In order for you and me, by God's grace, if we live to like 80 or 70 years or beyond, because even the Bible has a limit for you and me to live, we are able to know that this country belongs to all of us. You can either choose to make it or you can choose to destroy it. They're all the 2 things. But I think I belong to the school of thought of making this country. The constitution we are talking about is the cornerstone for the legality of all other laws and the basis for reviewing actions by the 3 organs of government. Because I think basically we are discussing, when we talk about constitutionalism, we are looking at the 3 pots or the 3 stones for cooking. Because all actions of the state, all actions in terms of governance are rotating around the 3 organs of government. But I also want to state that in today's rapidly changing world, the interests, the needs, and the aspirations of the citizens like we are gathered here also keep changing. And therefore, the set of laws that governs them has to also consistently change from time to time in order to reflect the times. You may tell us about 1962, the young people here will say, we do not want to hear about that history. But that history is important for you. That there existed a man called Dr. Apollo Milton Obote, who superintended over the lowering down of the British Union Jack, and also witnessed, among others, the raising up of the Ugandan national flag, signifying independence for our country, Uganda. Maybe the fundamental question for us, the Ugandans, to ask is, from that time to date, what have we done with our independence? That is a question for you and me to answer. In all democratic societies, ladies and gentlemen, there is always a constant attempt to improving constitutional framework. I have got another vocabulary, whether the discussion should rotate around constitutional framework or the state framework. But I think I was invited for the constitutional one. Maybe the National NGO Forum will organize another one for us to discuss the one of state reforms. Therefore, constitutional reforms are viewed as a necessary function of a democratic process. The constitutional reform process should involve a process of national dialogue such as this. I am happy here you have NRM, you have DP, you have FDC, you have NUP, you have HAND. With due respect to the Honorable Major General, who is here, the leader of HAND, Mugisha Muntu, and all of you invited from the civil society. I believe strongly that this process of dialogue allows competing ideas, allows competing views and perspectives, just like you have been sharing, in order for us to generate a point of convergence. If we say we amend the Constitution, what are we amending? We have seen quite a number of them. In fact, the constitutional lawyers who are here, I want to request you to find time to study our Constitution from Article 1 up to the last one. We just realized after the passing on of the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament that we had a very, very time-bound constitutional provision, which ordinarily, in the culture of the African people, would not have been like that. If our constitutional lawyers had raised the red flag, I believe this would have been a good area. Probably another area, look at the recall of a member of parliament, its applicability. Yes, the applicability is under the movement system. So that means under the current political dispensation, you cannot recall a member of parliament. All these are provisions in our national constitution that must be studied on the basis of their merit and demerit. And we agree. I listened to Norbert Mao online, a number of areas where he has proposed constitutional reforms, including proportional representation. He talked about devolution. Much as I was not here, but at least I was benefiting from the advancement in technology, which used to be a very good topic of our debate. Technological advancement is a threat to mankind. And I remember being one of the topmost first debaters to first split and define the key words. So I benefited from that while my senior Honorable Norbert Mao was presenting. This process, championed by the Uganda National NGO Forum, that has started today, is in the right direction, and the government of Uganda, and in particular, the National Resistance Movement, which you have seen through its action, has accommodated even views and members of the opposition. Honorable Norbert Mao was here. He spoke for more than 1 hour. Honorable Betty Amongi from the Uganda People's Congress, because we can differ, but this country belongs to all of us. I see Senior Honorable Thieno is shaking. She contested under UPC. She is a member of UPC who has accepted to associate with the National Resistance Movement in order for us to lead the country. So this particular dialogue, which has started today, for me, it is in the right direction. And we commit that we are willing to listen and support any constitutional reform process, provided it is inclusive, it is participatory, and for the peace, development, and good governance of Uganda. And a reasonable man or woman would support that process. I want to end, friends, ladies and gentlemen, because I am also a practicing Christian, that in the book of Luke, chapter 12, verse 48, the Bible says, "To whom much is given, much is expected." All of us assembled in this room, all of us gathered here, all of us attending this high voltage convocation, much has been given to us in our own right. Otherwise, you would have not been invited here. And the Bible requires of you and me that much is equally required from you and me. Because you are a leader in the youth league of a political party, you are an ED of a civil society organization, you are a minister, you are a religious leader, much has been given to you. So much is equally expected from you. And we shall bank on you to lead the process. And when we lead the process of constitutional reforms, let's not be emotional. Because the moment the process is emotional, even the end result will be emotional. To me, the end is very important. I was a Minister of State for Sports, and in sports we believe that it is not the start that matters, but it is the finishing. Cheptegei can start and is number 12. But at the finishing point, where is he? Where were those who were number 1 up to 11? Some of them would have left the race. So it is the finishing that matters. How do we finish this dialogue? But when we have a false start, I don't know whether we'll have a genuine finishing. But the finishing, in my humble opinion, should be good. Even to the Uganda National NGO Forum, much has been given to you. Because you have a membership of over 600 NGOs within and without Uganda. That implies much has been given to you. I want to re-echo the commitment of government, just like my senior Honorable Chairman Mao said, that we wait as government, because this process, it is at infant stage. But we hope and pray that our new driver in the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, who has come with lots of energy, lots of experience, will be able to steer us through. So we commend you and continue to say, Uganda National NGO Forum, continue leading the way. Let citizens be engaged. Even on the other aspect of the state. Because I want to end as a supporter of Uganda Cranes and a supporter of Manchester United. Manchester United had a manager. All of you who support football, you know or remember Sir Alex Ferguson. At that point in time, on the touchline, even when you're remaining with 30 seconds, you will still expect Manchester United, even in the dying minute, to score a goal. And that was the manager of that time, and that was his season, and that was his time. The moment Sir Alex Ferguson left Manchester United, from that time to about 10 days ago, is when my team, Manchester United, lifted a trophy. Now, each and every political party here present, you have your Sir Alex Ferguson. As a member of NRM, we have our Sir Alex Ferguson. DP, you have your Sir Alex Ferguson. It is very difficult to be persuaded that you tell me to release my Sir Alex Ferguson and bring a manager that will make us take ages in lifting a trophy. This one, I have spoken in tongues like Jesus. You will interpret later. Finally, by virtue of the authority entrusted upon me, I wish to take this opportunity to declare this high-level national stakeholders dialogue on constitutional reforms organized by the National NGO Forum duly closed, and I hereby dismiss you with the grace of God, the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit.